Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Prologue Part 1, When He Awakened. It felt like any other day. The heavy rain still persisted, it hadn't changed in the past week. There was nothing remarkable, nothing important. Overall a very forgettable day. One that some would rather forget altogether. Yet the city did not stop, the city would not stop. The streets were consistently busy, with the hustle and bustle of people, going to and from the various places in the city. The sun managed to shine through the thinning clouds, letting the morning rays rouse the people, where busy parents and annoying siblings would pick up the sleepy stragglers, from their restful respite from their everyday lives. Many would feel rather dismayed, reflecting the feel of the weather, yet one gentle soul always managed to make everything seem brighter. The Kurosaki household. Masaki Kurosaki, matriarch of the Kurosaki household and one of the few Quincy alive, was eating breakfast with her beloved family. Her 9-year-old son, Ichigo, was playing with his younger twin sisters, Karen and Yuzu, as was the way of children their age. Her husband, the former Shinigami captain, Isshin Shiba Kurosaki, joined in their festivities, making the mood all the more infectious. This is what she always desired. This is what made her content. A peaceful life and a joyous family. But deep down, she was wary of her own son. She will always love her child, but in the far reaches of the back of her mind, she was ever cautious. When he was born, she no longer felt that hollow that infected her years ago. She had her suspicions, but prayed she was wrong. Ichigo's inner world. An entire city, standing on its side, was bathed in a magnificent radiance, which was the utter opposite of the world outside. A middle-aged man in a black tattered overcoat, ever caught in a non-existent wind, was trying to enjoy the beautiful day. But there was something plaguing his mind, which he just couldn't push aside. A weird feeling, one that still connected him to the Quincy king. "You don't seem to be enjoying this as much as you usually do," spoke a warped voice. The man turned to see his lone companion in the empty world. A tall and lean man, white as bleached bones, wearing a mask as black as night. A skull, with two parallel lines going down the mask, which was fixed in a constant feral grin. "Don't you like these bright sunny days?" the pale man teased. "Have you grown tired of them? Or is there something else? Some persistent nagging reason that's making you question your stance?" "There is nothing to question," the old man said, calm but firm. "He is safe. That is all that matters." "Yeah, for now. What about when that changes?" The same argument bubbled to the surface once again. Whether to keep their charge innocent and ignorant, for as long as they could by restricting his power, or expose his potential and make him prepared for anything. The old man wanted to keep Ichigo out of harm's way, the skull-faced figure wanted Ichigo to prepare. To keep him from fighting, or make him the strongest fighter. They had fought over this, time and time again. "I refuse to allow Ichigo into that world," the elder said. "He's too young. And when he's older? What are you going to say? He's too gentle. Face it, I'm here and that kid will love fighting." The two glared at each other for a time. "We'll leave this matter to his mother." The old man sounded like he was trying to convince himself, more than his other half. He knew that old tale was a destined prophecy, and today was one of the special dates for that man's return. "You really think that Bstrd will let her live?" the pale man said. The elder froze in shock. He didn't think that the Zanpakuto knew the prophecy of the Quincy king's return. He never spoke of it, even blocked it from their connection, so how did he know it? "Because we're still technically one being, dumb butt." The hollow was smarter than he gave it credit for. He should be able to recognize Ichigo's potential. The Quincy half argued. He wouldn't do anything that might harm him. "Please, when has he shown any form of kindness or care?" The hollow Zanpakuto hybrid argued. "If it isn't a pure Quincy, or useful to him, he'll kill it because of that taint." Being the instincts did have its perks. He recognized the threat and would be prepared for it. Unfortunately, he had to share this world with someone less than agreeable and wanted to hide Ichigo away. Enough. The Quincy growled. This isn't for us to decide. He said before disappearing, not wanting to continue this conversation, or give himself reason to believe that he might be wrong. The sword spirit was left alone with his thoughts. A part of him was wishing that the Quincy half was right, because if he wasn't, today was going to be terrible. Hours later, after Ichigo's karate class, the rain became heavy again and the river banks and aqueducts swelled with the rushing water. The auburn-haired Quincy and her young child were making their way home in the heavy shower. He was such a sweet child. Ever since his father told him what his name meant, he tried so hard to get stronger, to protect her. He had so much potential, so much power, but he was still just a child. She didn't want him to start training. She didn't want him to end up in that world. That world of struggle and bloodshed, fighting with his life on the line. He was a flashing bright beacon to those empty monsters, the hollows, the ones that would love nothing more than to devour him and all his race. She would do anything to protect her little boy, to keep him away from that horrid place. She felt her son's tiny hand slip out of his grasp. She saw him running toward a girl, a spirit. His was one of the clearest sights ever. He never was able to tell living from the dead. She began to chase him, to keep him from getting washed away into the current. That's when she felt it. A dark oppressive hunger aimed right at her son. She turned to see a large hollow heading for her son. He was covered in wet, brown fur, and a large mask, with what seemed to be a fishing lure sticking out of his head. She needed to hurry to protect her child. She skated on a flow of racier to get between the disgusting creature and her son. Gathered the energy to generate her spirit bow. Then she was surrounded in a flash of light. She felt her power being ripped out of her, leaving her defenseless. Her only thought, save him. Ichigo's inner world. That bstrd. The hollow half yelled, somehow knowing this was going to happen. Masaki was made powerless and, in just a scant few seconds, will be dead. The Quincy half just stared, meaning his own inaction that had led to this. Deep down he knew the hollow was right. Yawatch would never allow Masaki to live anymore. With her dead, this world would flood, Ichigo would be defenseless. He tried to not care, concerning himself only with Ichigo, but if this happened, then Ichigo would suffer. Most likely for years, blaming himself for this. He was a fool. Protecting Ichigo didn't mean keeping him hidden. He was weak and vulnerable now. Old man. The hollow yelled. It's now or never. Are we just going to let this happen? Or are we going to do something? Save his mother and set the boy on the path of bloodshed, or leave him be and let him get consumed by sorrow. The Quincy half of Ichigo knew his decision, he just prayed he wouldn't regret it. Fine, he declared, letting his energy charge, Ichigo will walk a road of battle. The hollow grinned under his mask. Finally, Ichigo will be prepared for what was coming. Then by our name, his power, we shall protect him and his happiness. He charged his own energy. At once, they unleashed their combined energy, took control of Ichigo's body, and uttered one word. Everything around Ichigo was consumed in light. Zangetsu. Prologue Part 2, Answers and Teachers. Darkness. That all he could see around him. Memories flashing like lightning all around him. All in that endless expanse of nothingness. He heard screams of terror and sickening crunches with each new image, each new nightmare. Places he's never been, people he's never met, all playing out in what was possible final moments before whatever happened. In all this, he remembered fear, he felt terror, but most of all, he was hungry. He was hungry and was devouring these people with cold and calculated plans before indulging his hunger. That was, until she appeared. He saw her, an adult woman standing between him and a new morsel. In her hands was a glowing blue bow and arrow, notched and targeted for his skull. But then she was engulfed in a light and she staggered, Her threat was now diminished and he could feed. Then another flash came, a name was called out that he knew was spoken. But he did not hear it. The darkness returned and he heard only one thing. Protect. Ichigo's inner world. He finally opened his eyes, freeing himself from that nightmare of death and hunger, and beheld the odd world around him. Buildings stretching out to the endless sky ahead. An entire world, twisted on its axis. A part of him knew he should be scared, felt that he should be terrified, but he couldn't help but relax in a strange sense of familiarity in this place. The young hybrid child stared into the strange blue world in wonder and awe. Where? Ichigo began, where am I? Well, that's certainly $1 million question there, King. He heard a strange voice speak. Ichigo turned to see a tall figure, all white in some weird robes and a black skull mask on his face. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to mommy? He said mockingly before swinging his arms out to gesture all around them. In short order, you're in your head, this is your inner world, and mommy. He got close to Ichigo and whispered in his ear. She's gone. The second those words registered in Ichigo's mind, it began to pour. DMN, Zangetsu thought to himself, the old man is gonna beach at me a lot for this. But we did agree to let me handle this. He pulled away and gazed into the black clouds, pouring down Ichigo's sorrow. The king is going to hate me for doing this, but no one begins this kind of journey on a happy note. He looked back down at his future wielder and saw a face locked in despair. This happened, because you were weak. He stated, cold and harsh, to the young boy. Powerless. How can you protect anyone when you can't even protect yourself? The world began to flood. Ichigo was slipping deeper and deeper into his sorrow. Mom, no. Ichigo said as the memories returned. Those visions were that of a monster that was devouring people. And its latest victim, was his mother. How couldn't he recognize his own mother? Now she was gone because of him. Mom. He was talking through his tears, mixing in the continuous downpour. Mom, I'm sorry. Please, don't leave me. He could barely choke out the words. Please don't die. He wailed out before crying. Zangetsu watched the crying child in front of him. In a way, he was disgusted with his wielder, soft, weak, vulnerable. But he knew, in time he would be a force to fear, a force to reckon, a being of great power. Now was the time to plant the seeds for that warrior. Time, to set Ichigo on that path. She's not dying. He said, loud and firm enough that it reached Ichigo. Right into the young boy's core. The rains eased up considerably, but there was still quite the downpour. Not yet anyway. I said she was gone, taken from you. With that the rain got weaker and weaker, and Zangetsu saw a light of hope return in his master's eyes. She can be brought back, but what are going to do? He asked the child. Ichigo looked at the pale man in confusion. How are you going to stop this from happening again? He clarified. Are you going to stay that weakling that cries every time he loses? Or are you going to stand up and fight for what you want? A deep clear voice echoed behind the boy. He turned to see an old man with a shadowed beard and tattered cloak standing behind him. This was the time, there would be no going back. Ichigo finally developed a thing that was missing for so long. Will, determination, resolve. The two halves watched their charge as he whispered the words they were looking for. He just needed one more push. Speak up. Are you going to fight or hide? Are you going to stand up or fall down? Run and you will die. Hesitate and you will die. The road ahead is clear. They spoke in unison. Now chose. Ichigo brought his head up, set in a deep scowl of focus and resolution before crying out. I will become strong. When he yelled that, the force of his cry broke the clouds apart and cleared away every drop of rain. The sun returned, shining stronger than either spirit had ever felt. It was more than happiness, it was determination. The two powers smirked looking down at the boy. Now he will push himself to become the strongest he could ever be. That's the spirit, Ichigo. The pale blade said as he gave his master a pat on his shoulder. Never forget this feeling. This will push you to become strong. Strong enough to protect everything precious to you. This motivation will be your greatest asset. The darker sword told him. The time is coming for you to wake up, he said as he felt the world outside shifting. Just remember. Ask your parents these questions. The hollow said, counting off on his fingers. What's a Shinigami, what's a Quincy, what's a hollow, and what am I, because you have more potential than all three. And don't forget to demand training. The world around Ichigo began to glow brighter and brighter as Ichigo felt himself leaving this world. Wait! He cried out. Aji-chan. Oni-san. What are your names? The two spirits smirked and spoke, but no words came out. Before much longer, Ichigo was gone from his inner world. With Isshin, before Grandfisher's attack. He sat on that couch, a cooling cup of coffee in his grasp, as he waited for his wife and son to return. He had started a small habit of play fighting with his son ever since Ichigo started doing karate. Never too serious, never too strong, also praising his little warrior for his reasons to become stronger. Ichigo was surprisingly calm for a member of the Shiba clan, but the moment his child was born he knew two things. 1, he was going to be an embarrassing dad to every girl his son brings, and 2, that his son was going to be a very powerful individual. His only aim with his son was to make sure he grew up a good man. If Ichigo ended up becoming a Shinigami or Quincy, he would do everything to support that boy, to protect him. Especially from creepy scientists that are more threatening than they look. Come on, Isshin, the man across from him whined, aren't you the least bit curious about what your boy can be? Kisuke Urahara, a more brilliant man doesn't exist. Banished under false charges against him by a scheming madman, he contents himself with that candy shop and secretly catering to the spiritual beings that can find his services. He had saved Masaki's life from hollowification after she got infected when they first met, and he explained that the same hollow now resides in their son. Ichigo's lineage was a kind many could only dream of, all three primary spiritual kinds all residing in one body. Kisuke was beyond curious to study and analyze such a being but had enough respect for Isshin and his family to keep their boundaries. So he tried to get permission from Isshin in order to proceed. He does not intend harm, just curiosity, and above all preparation. Ichigo was currently a huge unknown, and he does not like unknown. If anything happened, he wanted to be ready. Over 900 countermeasures were in place for the boy, which was still too few in his opinion. A bright flash of light shined through the house suddenly, shocking the two men. It didn't take long for them to notice that two Ryatsu seemed to completely disappear, but only one mattered to Isshin. Masaki. He realized as the light began to disappear. Urahara and Isshin scrambled out the door and began to make their way to the mother and child. The second they got out the door, Urahara grabbed the former clan head and began to use his Shuinpa to accelerate their progress. It was situations like these that made Isshin curse the Kido that was used to suppress that hollow at the expense of his own powers. Before their final leap they heard a loud voice cry out. Zangetsu. This actually gave them pause. In the briefest of instants, they felt a near overwhelming power. They finished their jumps to nothing more than an unconscious mother laying protectively over her dear child. Ichigo. Masaki. The former captain cried out, his companion following closely behind. After a quick examination of the two, he was slightly relieved to find that both were still alive. This is bad, Isshin. Urahara exclaimed. Masaki has been completely drained of her Ryatsu. If we don't get some back into her, she'll die. Can we use yours? No, she need Quincy Ratio. We have to get her to Ishida. There was no argument, not even a single line of speech as the two former captains rushed to Karakura Hospital. The workplace of the last pure-blooded Quincy family in the city. Karakura Hospital. The room was filled with various people, they kind that takes notice to an even like this. A disturbance in the air unlike any felt before. 3 people occupying hospital's beds, asleep and unmoving. 2 women, 2 mothers, 2 impure Quincy's hooked to silver canisters leaking a glowing blue liquid down into their veins. One with hair like a glowing midday sun while the other had hair as dark as night. Masaki Kurosaki and Kane Katajiri, the wife of the man supplying the Racier IVs. With them were 2 white-haired men, a father and son, Ryukin and Soken Ishida, in a white suit and the other in robes. A dark-skinned woman with dark purple hair and golden cat-like eyes in black spandex and an orange shirt. A more tanned man with a braided ponytail and a thick mustache wearing an apron and opaque glasses. And finally, the duo that brought them all together. "Alright Tessai, this should do it," Urahara said to his burly assistant from the store and old friend. A mix of medical science and restorative Kido and the 2 Quincy's were in no more danger of dying, to the ecstatic relief of both husbands. They were still in comas, but they would eventually recover in time. "It's good we acted in time, boss," the large man said as they finished up the final touches. Masaki was indeed in critical condition. His Majesty either deeply craved her power, or was disgusted with the thought of a Quincy that was infected with a hollow. Mused Soken, a rare angered scowl laying on his normally kindly features. He himself did not choose to put much stock in that old tale, choosing to be a proactive force for coexistence between the surviving Quincy's and the Shinigami. He wholeheartedly supported the death gods when they massacred his own kind. Any atrocity committed as a hollow could be forgiven as those are being who have lost themselves, and Quincy's destroyed them from existence with no remorse which threatened that balance of the world. This act, this cleansing was utter foolishness and he cursed the Quincy blood that binds him to that accursed parasite Bach, the king of the Quincy. "This is just great," the dark-skinned woman groaned. Things were bad enough with whatever Aizen is scheming, now Yuha Bach is returning as well. This could throw all the worlds into turmoil. Maybe, but not yet Yoruchi. Urahara placated his old friend and former captain. Soken did tell us the prophecy of his return. The sealed king of the Quincy. Over 900 years, he shall recover his heartbeat. Over 90 years, he shall recover his intellect. Over 9 years, he shall recover his power. And over 9 days, he shall recover the world. Spoke a voice. Exactly. We still have a few years to prepare for him, while still getting ready for Aizen. Urahara then noticed that not one of the adults said anything. They all turned to the now awake Ichigo, who spoke the king's hymn foretelling the return of Bach. "Ichigo, where did you hear that?" The boy's father asked him, more serious than he had ever been with his boy. "How long have you been awake?" Before Isshin got any answers, his son gave his own questions. "Dad, what are hollows?" The question from the little boy surprised everyone in that room. "Well, Ichigo. Hollows are dash. What are Shinigami?" He asked again, throwing Isshin off again. "Which do you dash? What are Quincy's?" "One at a time Ichi dash." "Dad, what am I?" Isshin froze at that last one. He immediately left his sleeping wife's side and embraced his son. Securely, protectively, lovingly. "You are my son," he told his child, rubbing his back to soothe him. "There is nothing that anyone can do to change that." He gave his son another squeeze before pulling back and looking him in the eye. "Now, where did you hear those words?" "From these 2 guys in my inner world," the child said, confirming Urahara's suspicions of the boy being in his world. "This old guy also told me to recite that thing I said when I woke up. Said it was important." At that moment, Ichigo looked around the room and saw everyone. "Who are they?" They took the time to make introductions and proceeded with explanations. Hollows were empty beings, lost to despair and hate that devour other souls and beings with greater amounts of spirit energy. Shinigami were guides to the afterlife and guardians of the dead, purifying hollows and delivering lost souls to their rest. Quincy's were humans that could manipulate Racier to completely destroy hollows, but because they threatened the balance they were practically wiped out, leaving only so many to live in peace. So why should I have more potential than all them? Urahara decided it was his turn now. Because Ichigo, you are a mix of all three. He told the child. Truly a miracle of grand coincidence. Your mother is a Quincy, a rather powerful one at that was bitten and infected with hollow Racier. Then a Shinigami saved her life by using his powers to seal that hollow away. Care to guess who that Shinigami was? The shopkeeper asked the boy. It took Ichigo just a scant few seconds to recognize the answer. Dad! You're a Shinigami. Isshin smiled down at his son. Was, Ichigo. I retired to become your dad. He said, ruffling his boy's hair. Then Ichigo said something that surprised everyone. I want to become strong, Dad. He declared. I want to learn all I can do. All the powers I can use. I want to be able to protect Mommy and Karen and Yuzu. He got that same determined look in his eyes when he declared his desire for strength to his powers. Isshin recognized that look, and he knew that he would cave. Luckily, he wasn't alone. Then, if you don't mind, you can begin this weekend with my grandson to study the Quincy arts. The kindly old man said with a smile. Taking on this burden while his son got his own feelings back together. Whether to continue the Quincy ways, or turn his back on it completely. I can teach the boy Kido. Tessai said. He might make the spells even stronger. Hey, Yoruchi interjected. No way can he just learn spells and long range. He's got to learn how to fight up close and personal. She got in front of the small child and pointed down at him with a disturbing feral grin. Got that? You call me sensei or Nesama, because I'm teaching you how to fight. Ichigo was excited by the dark-skinned woman's enthusiasm, but was also a little scared. Oh okay, he stuttered while clinging to his father, Yoruchi Ne-chan. Yoruchi just stared at the little kid and felt a bane to her existence. Cuteness. So, while Ichigo gets over his new trauma, who teaches him swordplay? Urahara asked Isshin. It was difficult to say who was the better warrior of the two when it came to Zenjutsu. When Ichigo gets a Zanpakuto, we'll test him and see. Isshin said. He looked down at his smiling son and knew that Ichigo just decided to give up a normal childhood. No, more like, it was taken from him. This was going to be a difficult road for Ichigo, he might never have normal friends, I hope you two are going to be ready. When he grows up, you may not stand a chance. Ichigo's training began soon after that. Prologue finale, Bonds of Friendship. Yuryu, the Holy Archer. A couple months had passed since that night in the hospital. A couple months since Ichigo learned the truth and began his training. A couple months since the young cousins first met each other. One dressed in the normal Quincy attire of white and blue while the other wore red and black with small metal crosses on their wrists of likewise color. Both running through the forest in the bright sunlight, giggling in their childlike innocence as they raced to meet up with their elderly teacher. Yuryu still remembered that day with crystal clarity. The day he met his cousin. Flashback, the weekend after the holy selection. A young Yuryu Ishida waited eagerly for his teacher and grandfather to arrive for his next day of lessons. After his mother went into that coma, his family needed a few days to recover. He went to see her with his father not too long after to see for himself. He did not know why or what was the rhyme or the reason. He just knew that his mother was sleeping a dreamless sleep that few ever wake up from. His grandfather told him that they would continue training during the weekend and that Yuryu would not be alone this time. Minutes slowly passed as he noticed his grandfather finally coming into the sacred training grounds of their kind, with a small orange-haired boy roughly his age following him. In his excitement, the young Quincy ran out to meet his kin. "Grandpa!" he exclaimed in nervous excitement. "Is he?" the boy asked the wise elder. The old man smiled down at his young student and calmly introduced the young Ichigo to his relative. Yes, Yuryu, he is my new student. He gently spoke to the child. Yuryu, say hello to your cousin. Ichigo Kurosaki. That was all Ichigo needed to gather his confidence and met his cousin in full. Hi. The young strawberry said with a smile. I'm Ichigo. The cheer was infectious as the raven-haired Quincy returned his smile. I'm Yuryu Ishida. Pleased to meet you. Flashback end. Months passed since that meeting. Ichigo had a lot of trouble with the fine control of erasure that the Quincy abilities demanded. It was theorized that being part hollow contributed to this issue as they were naturally chaotic beings. The regular Quincy cross needed to be modified just so he could use them as they crumbled in response to the hollow Ryatsu, evidenced by the black and red as opposed to the silver and blue of the normal cross. The two skills he actually managed to excel at was the speed and defense skills, Hirenkyaku and Blutvene. It was almost natural for Ichigo to use the speed techniques while his talent for Blut seemed to be inherited from his mother. While Yuryu was initially jealous of his novice cousin, he soon got over it as Ichigo still failed with maintaining a Quincy bow. Now they were heading for the training grounds together, skating on a cushion of erasure as they practiced their Hirenkyaku, and laughing the whole way. You're getting faster, Yuryu. Complimented Ichigo. Maybe someday you'll move as fast as me. A little banter of a friendly rivalry, pushing the other to succeed. And maybe someday, you'll be able to use a bow. Retorted Yuryu. But I'm betting you won't hit anything. That was mean. Laughed the children, all the way to the front feld their teacher showed them. But the laughter was short-lived. Until Ichigo grew more accustomed to using erasure and manipulating that energy, they kept him of hard combat teaching. Even his hollow Zangetsu let only the timely necessary techniques awaken in the boy. One of which was the sensory technique Pesquisa, letting him sense nearby, strong, erasure signatures. A way of practicing his focus, finding his teaching, reassuring himself, keeping the young boy happy. Until he felt a dozen dark, chaotic, hungry, energies. A feeling he was all too familiar with because he was carrying the same type of energy in his soul. Those dozens of hollows weren't what froze him in place though, it was who they surrounded. Hey! Yuryu said, noticing his cousin stopped and his terrified look. Everything alright? Ichigo responded by grabbing his cousin's hand and rushing as fast as he could to the meeting place, telling Yuryu of the dangers that are closing in on their teacher. As fast as he could, awakening a fragment of his Sonido and adding it to his Hirenkyaku made them reach their sensei faster than ever before. But it was a fruitless endeavor in the end. Soken Ishida was already slain by hollows, the Shinigami showing up too late. A couple of days later. It was a dark day, an overcast sky thick with heavy clouds, like the heavens themselves tried to hold back their tears. Both the Ishidas and the Kurosakis were in attendance, Soken having found his way into all their hearts as the kindly grandfather he always was. Ryukin let nothing show, same as Isshin, both fathers trying to be a pillar of strength and support for their families. With them were Urahara's group as they were fellow instructors with Soken, trying to teach the boy that would one day become a beacon of hope and progress, trying to now console children with their loss. Ichigo took it hard, his cousin had it worse. Not too close with his father, his mother falling into a coma, and now losing his grandfather, the poor child was close to breaking, with only his cousin to sympathize with. The funeral ended and everyone began to go home. Ichigo and his father helping a crying Yuzu and Karen, while Yuryu sat in silence with his father, staring blankly at the ground. Ryukin had chosen to cast away his Quincy bloodline in favor of dealing with the matters of the living while the dead dealt with the dead. These decisions left a harsh gap between himself and his child. He chose to save the living after everything that he had lost. He knew his stance but he was still a father, and if there was one thing Ryukin learned from his own it was, a father will do anything for his child. As those words replayed in his head as he watched his child stare blankly ahead, he knew what had to be done. Yuryu. He spoke calmly but firmly, ever stuck in his business mode. His child responded upon hearing his name and looked at his father. Do you remember why I said I don't like the Quincy? Yuryu's face fell at the return of the conversation that pushed them apart to begin with. Yes, Yuryu mumbled out. Because there was no money in it. Those words painted Yuryu's opinion of his father as a man that cared for nothing but the paper in his pockets. Precisely. As a Quincy, I would not be able to support you. He said, shocking Yuryu as this new information came in. As a Quincy I could not keep your mother alive. As a Quincy I would be unable to help people that needed it more than lost souls. As a Quincy, you would not exist. Yuryu stared at his father, seeing him in a new light for the first time in a long time. I was once like you, Yuryu. I cared about the Quincy bloodlines, I wanted to preserve the heritage of our kind. But because of that same heritage and ancestry I began to lose things. The biggest loss because I was a Quincy. I almost lost your mother. Again Yuryu was frozen in shock, his own kind almost killed his mother. I abandoned my Quincy heritage because that was a life strife with pain and loss for me, I wanted you to avoid that. Ryukin continued. However, I should have realized that you are your own person, and your experiences may not be the same. You will have your own path to walk and your own life to lead. Ryukin faced his child, seeing a phantom of his younger self in the boy. Ichigo is trying to become stronger to face a terrible monster. One that will destroy everything. That is his reason to get stronger. What is yours? Yuryu was about to respond with his usual answer, to prove the worth of the Quincy's, before remembering what his father had just told him. What you were going to say was your grandfather's goal. I'm asking why you want a power. Why do I want power? Yuryu asked himself. Memories of seeing his cousin try so hard to master the Quincy techniques, his laughter as they played trained with each other, their happy smiles as they pushed each other to the next level. It didn't take him much longer to find his answer. I want to help Ichigo. He told his father, making him give a rare smile to his son. I still do not approve of the Quincy Yuryu. He said, leaning back into his chair as his son looked at his father in disbelief. That is why, if you want me to train you and Ichigo, I want to see you both in the top 10% of your classes. He challenged his son. Make sure you have a plan for the future when the fights are over. Yuryu felt a smile return to his face and he agreed to his father's demands. And son. Your grandfather was gentle with you too. Yuryu felt his dad gain a more malicious aura. I will not be. It took Yuryu a few seconds to recover his courage. Bring it on, Dad. He challenged his father. You are spending too much time with that boy. Ryukin thought to himself. You're becoming more confident and excited. Not necessarily a bad thing though. Orihime, the Flower Princess. 3 years later, the Kurosaki Clinic. An older Ichigo sat across from his teachers. The big and burly Tensai and the disheveled shaggy Urahara. The boy was deep in meditation, focusing on gathering his energy to manipulate his Kido. Ryukin kept his word, Ichigo was much better at controlling Reisher and it was a rough few years. The cousins became closer to each other in skill, but Yuryu still was leagues above as he didn't have as many things to learn. Now Ichigo was training in undoing Bakudo Kido spells, currently restrained by 6 rods of pale light. This training was meant to increase his skill in proficient Kido use, lest they blow a hole in the training room under Urahara's shop. Again. His development is rather astounding. The ex-captain thought to himself. If he was solely focusing on one skill alone, he could give experienced opponents a difficult time. Ichigo had progressed in ways that took others decades to achieve in a scant few years. The biggest problems was Ichigo's growing strength, the hollow inside wanting to do more destructive activities. However, until Ichigo becomes a Shinigami, they've decided to take their time with control and DSPLN. Urahara was honestly afraid of what the boy would end up becoming, a nigh unstoppable force of nature. Tensai merely watched as his pupil impressed him more and more. Scarcely 5 minutes had passed before the boy undid the level 61 Bakudo spell. Even without the chant, that spell was not easy to undo for a trainee. Their musings were cut short as there was a loud knocking at the door. Urahara chose to answer the door as Ichigo was becoming tired from undoing the seal. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a horrific sight. A young girl, roughly Ichigo's age, was standing in the doorway. Tears streaming down her terrified face, her hair and her clothing was soaked in blood. All of which came from the unconscious man she carried on her back. "Please." The girl with the burnt orange hair pleaded. "Please, you have to save my brother." Just from a glance he could tell that the young man did not have much longer. If he and Tessai weren't here, this person would be a goner. Good thing he was here. "Tessai." The shopkeeper called out. His assistant was paying rapt attention and jumped into motion. He gently took the man from his little sister and the exiles made their way into Clinic Station. "Ichigo, take care of the girl," Urahara said just before leaving the children alone. "Come on," Ichigo said, taking the girl by the hand, "let's get you a bath." Blood stopped bothering the boy as his life progressed and his training became more and more tense. Once having his arm completely shattered by Yoruchi in an accident and recovering just as quickly because of his regenerative powers. He grew curious enough to test those limits until the sight of blood was almost normal to him, then everyone scolded him for his recklessness. "My dad and sisters are visiting my mom in the hospital," he explained as he led the girl deeper into his house. "I'll try to find something that'll fit you." Okay. She mumbled out, halfway between worrying for her brother and feeling guilty for possibly causing this. "With the men. I think I'm stumped here, Tessai," Urahara painfully admitted to his old friend. "Fractured spine, ruptured organs, fewer bones that aren't broken, I just can't figure this out." He scratched his head while the shaded man glared at his boss. Was he born under a lucky star because we're here or an unlucky one because he got hit? "Can the jokes wait?" yelled Tessai. "At least until after he's in no immediate danger." Yeah, the shopkeeper said, casually waving his fan. "The question is, do we do this fast or slow?" They both looked at each other, considering their options while Tessai used healing Kido to slowly stabilize the injured brother. "Slow." They agreed after that moment of thought. "I don't think it's safe for you to use your Benkai here. Plus I don't want my dear Benihime-chan to be mad at me." Kisuke whined, hugging the cane which housed his Zanpakuto. Back with the kids. Orihime sat on the couch in the living room, wearing a red t-shirt and brown shorts that Ichigo had given her. In her hand were the 2 blue hairpins that her brother got her. "I don't want something so childish," she heard her own words echo in her head. She knew how hard her brother worked for their sake, how much effort he put into making her smile, and she just stomped all over that love and generosity over something so stupid. She felt her tears welling up in her eyes again, scared that her brother might die and her last words would be something so hurtful. "Here," she heard the boy say, knocking her out of her delirium. "It's probably not any good but I made tea." He handed her a cup, which she graciously accepted with a tired smile. "So, what were you crying about now?" Ichigo asked bluntly. She just stared at the strawberry, thinking about her troubles. "I'm a terrible sister," she finally said, looking sullenly into her tea. "I yelled at him for getting me something I thought was for kids." She saw no harm in telling him, he might give her the punishment she needed to get heaven to spare her brother. She showed him the 6-petaled azure pins that her brother bought for her. "See? Childish aren't they? What's wrong with being childish?" he asked her. She looked at him in surprise as he gave her an innocent look, not even thinking for a second that she was a bad person. "My dad acts like a kid all the time, he does it to keep me and my sisters smiling." He then wrapped his hands around hers that held her hairpins. "As for your brother, I heard if you make a wish on something that's important to you then it'll come true," he said as he lied. He knew that with both Tessai and Urahara. Here then her brother was definitely going to recover. But there was never any harm in helping a girl not be happy, was there? Orihime looked at her hairpins with tears coming back to her, clutching them to her heart as she prayed with all her heart for her brother to recover. Good news. Urahara announced as they came out of the proto-operating room. He's stable enough to be transported to the hospital. Orihime's eyes widened in astonishment as the wish seemed to work. She looked at Ichigo, who smiled at her. See? She immediately embraced him while crying tears of relief. The ambulance came by not too long after that to take the Inoue siblings to Karakura Hospital, where Ryukin himself would handle the rest. And there, he said as he finished putting the pins in her hair. That's better. And looks cute too. Orihime grew a massive blush as she began to develop a crush for the boy. The paramedic said it was time to go. She shyly mumbled, my name is Orihime Inoue. What's yours? It's Ichigo. He responded cheerfully. Remember to smile, Orihime. He told her as they left to help her brother, Sora, recover from his accident. Tatsuki, the fiery fighter. 1 year later, the karate dojo. Hey Ichigo. The now teenage Ichigo heard his old sparring partner call him out. You wanna have another spar? It was an early day at the dojo. The instructors were busy with other matters, people recovering from the stress of the entrance exams for their schools, but 2 particular students did not feel ready to call it quits for the day. Sure, I've got the time. He told Tatsuki. The only training he had today was in Hakuda, the Shinigami hand-to-hand style, with Yoruchi and swordplay with his father. He figured he had enough time to warm up with his old friend before going back to the hell that was his dark-skinned mentor's training. First to 5 wins. She said in excitement, pounding her padded knuckles together. Tatsuki, she never stopped being the best karate student in the dojo, and Ichigo was always her best sparring partner. He never once thought of her as weak or anything lesser because of her gender. He used to give her the best challenge out of anyone there, but for a long while she felt something was off. She never once lost to Ichigo, but the fights had changed rather sporadically. Sometimes she won fairly quickly and other times it took a while, sometimes with ease and sometimes with a lot of effort. Ready? Her partner asked as he got into his stance. He became much more confident in the course of his training. He stopped being so shy and never cried after losing again. At first Tatsuki was glad, no longer needing to protect her friend from bullies as he could defend himself. She saw so herself. Ready? She responded as they began to search for an opening in the other's defense. She remembered that day rather well, a mere few weeks ago. He was being ganged up on again because some idiots had issues with his hair, some with knives, some with clubs. She hated people like that, people that mock or ostracize someone just because of one minor difference. She thought it was stupid when she helped him with bullies because they thought he could see ghosts. Idiots. She threw the first punch, a clear blow aimed for his face. He blocked it easily and returned with a kick to her midsection which she managed to dodge. Moves that were barely reminiscent of how he single-handedly demolished those idiot thugs. He was faster than she'd ever seen him move, more graceful in his movements. In the same time they charged at her friend, it was over. That was when she finally realized that he wasn't fighting at his full strength against her. She couldn't confront him about without exposing him in the act or he'd deny it. She wanted the full truth and was determined to pry it out of him. The fight slowly dragged on, blocking punches, dodging kicks, getting ever so close to landing a strike on the other, both unaware of their audience member. Something's up with Tatsuki. He thought to himself. She's acting a lot more reserved than usual for our spars. He spared a quick glance to the clock and almost blanched. If this keeps up, I'm going to be late. He didn't know what she would do, but Ichigo never wanted to PSS off his martial arts instructor. He was going to have to go a little harder to finish this spar. He threw a feint at her face before throwing a jab at her stomach, getting first blood. Nice one, Ichigo. Tatsuki complimented, rubbing where she was hit. Okay, he has never hit me that hard before. He must be getting desperate. She thought as they got into their stances again. By the way, she said as they began the fight once more, I met this girl who seems to know you. Said to let you know her wish-granting hairpins are still working. Ichigo accidentally dropped his guard as a laugh escaped him, which she capitalized on with a kick to his side and gaining herself a point. A dirty move, but it was his fault for dropping his guard in a fight. Yeah, I remember her. He said as they prepared for the next round. Her brother was in a car accident and came to our clinic. They began the fight with more intensity than before, not enough to be completely serious but more than a normal person to consider. I told her that to make her feel better. How sweet. She cooed, kicking at his head. I think she's got a crush on you. She was about to get another hit in before he blocked and punched her in the side, scoring again. From there they stopped the banter, the fight escalating more and more, even they began to doubt whether it was a regular spar. Ichigo got a chop on her chest, she managed to kick his stomach and his head, then they tied with a simultaneous punch to each other's face. Tatsuki was panting and sweating heavily while Ichigo pretended to be out of breath. One more hit and it would be over, and he needed to get moving. He glanced at the clock, giving Tatsuki a window to slam him with one last strike. She threw her kick and he landed flat on his back, signifying his defeat yet again. It took him a couple seconds to realize that she purposefully missed him and he fell for it. So, wanna tell me why you aren't taking me seriously? She asked, glaring at him. Well, he said while feeling a sheen of cold sweat cover him, about that. I told him to not go all out unless necessary. Their spectator finally made herself known. The goddess of Flash Yoruchi was watching the fight from the sidelines and judging Tatsuki. Ichigo told her about his sparring partner and considered bringing her in under her wing. After all, he's strong enough to accidentally cripple someone. She said in a joking manner. Ichigo, who is this? Tatsuki asked the protector. Tatsuki could tell from her movements and posture that the woman before her was a master martial artist. Was he taking private lessons under this woman? This is Yoruchi Shihoin. Ichigo sighed. She is my Hakuda master. Hakuda? What's Hakuda? Hakuda is a close combat style that concentrates on rapid attacks to overwhelm one's opponent. The purple-haired master fighter explained. In order to achieve that, one must also be strong enough to move at such speeds. Here. She walked over to the punching bag in the room and struck it with enough force that it exploded from the back. Now Ichigo, how many times did I hit that? 3. Which was too many. He responded. Tatsuki was in shock. It hardly looked like the woman moved even once. She could have done that in one punch. She thought to herself in disbelief. And Ichigo has been training under this person? Why are you here anyway, Yoruchi? He asked his teacher, who smiled at her student. One that belied her anger and promised pain. Why? She was immediately in front of Ichigo, keeping that smile with a malicious aura around her. Why am I here, being so generous as to pick up my beloved student for an extra special training I made up with love and care for his well-being? Why would I come for my student? Ichigo was shaking as he finally realized something very important. What's the one rule I gave you, Ichigo? He was late for her training. I'm sorry, Yoruchi ne dash, he tried to hastily apologize. Unfortunately. Don't you, Yoruchi ne-chan, me. She was not too forgiving. That stopped working on me when you stopped being a cute little kid. She yelled as she ground her knuckles into the sides of his head, making him cry in pain. You kept growing up, scowling at everyone, you don't even react to me naked anymore. Wait, what? Tatsuki finally getting over the shock of the scene in front of her. But she was not going to get an answer soon. Now Yoruchi was hugging his face in her bountiful BRSTS while shaking back and forth. Now you're skipping classes to spend time with your girlfriend. She cried comically while Ichigo tried in vain to fight for life-giving oxygen. Give me back my cute little Ichigo. We're not dating. Tatsuki cried out embarrassed with a blush that matched Ichigo's other namesake. This seemed to reach Yoruchi, and snap her out of her delirium. Oh, you're not. She dropped Ichigo unceremoniously onto the floor as he began to gasp for breath. Shame, you would have been a cute couple. Tatsuki only blushed harder. Well, no matter. You'll be spending a lot more time together anyways. What do you mean? Tatsuki made the mistake of asking. Yoruchi gave the aspiring martial artist her cat-like smile. Ichigo needs a proper sparring partner and I've just decided to take you under my wing. The Flash Goddess told the young teen. You've got serious talent and I want to see that flourish. Do I get a say in this? She squeaked. Yoruchi's unchanging smile was all the answer she needed. Well, it would be nice getting trained personally by a master. Chad, the unbreakable shield. 1 month after. Ichigo didn't care about what people thought of him. He was proud of who he was and he wasn't going to change that for anyone. The constant street punks coming to fight him just for his hair color did make him consider going black a few times, but beating in skulls was more fun than that. It would also be easier without the keto restraints that Yoruchi was forcing him to wear all the time, an idea he swears she got from that show about the spirit detective, but he'll digress. He was surrounded by thugs from other schools, looking to get payback on a few beatings he gave out earlier, and he was now only as strong as Tatsuki was before his kitty teacher got her paws on her. Enough for 5 but not enough for 8, at least he knows how to fight. Time to die, you punk. Some idiot with a mohawk yelled before he got blindsided by a brown giant punching him aside. He towered over the others wearing the same black school uniform Ichigo was in. Brown-skinned and wavy brown hair covering his eyes, it was his classmate Yasutora Sato. But he kept calling him Chad. He wasn't too sure what he was doing here, but he was glad for the help. It did not end well for the 8 attacking thugs. Man, that was a pain. Ichigo growled in annoyance. Thanks for the help, Chad. These jackasses were going make me late. It's Sato, and no problem, Ichigo. The giant said as he left for home himself, rubbing the pendant on his neck and praying for his abuelo. Ichigo finally got back to Urahara's shop, where his teacher and partner were waiting for him. Just in time. Yoruchi said with a smile. You were almost late again. She sat on Tatsuki's back as she continued her light warm-up of 100 push-ups. She was already panting as she hit 50 and felt like dropping. Another group of idiots gang up on you again? Yeah, got some help this time though. He told her about Chad and how he helped him. Sounds like a good guy. Tatsuki grunted out as she reached 70. You need to pay him back for that. If I know those idiots, they'll try something. He said as he started his stretches. 1 week after that. Punch after punch slammed into him after these 2 cretins got him by the riverside. Not too much to really knock him down but enough to still hurt a bit. DMNU. He assailant growled, laughing as Chad just stood there and took it. Why don't you go down? The guy asked, throwing another punch to his face. This'll finish him. The guy behind him laughed as he got a large rock ready to bash his head in. Chad saw this and actually got worried. Then he saw a black blur come at him and kick that guy away with such force he went flying. He repeated this feat with the other guy but punched him in the stomach instead. Both of Chad's attackers were out cold. Ichigo just glared at the unconscious heaps of the 2 punks before scoffing. He pulled out his cell and called the hospital. I never leave a debt unpaid, man. This was for helping me out. He told his large acquaintance with a smile. Thanks. He responded in his deep voice. Hours passed as they laid on a hillside, Sato looking at his medallion with a sense of pride for keeping his promise. What I don't get is why you were just standing there, Chad. Ichigo finally said after. The silence started to bug him. Sato. The half-Mexican corrected him. Sato, Chad, whatever. Ichigo dismissed. The point is, you're lucky I showed up when I did. I know you're really strong, so why would you take that beating? Why didn't you fight back like when you helped me? He asked, fully aware of his teacher coming by in her black cat form. I made a promise that I would never use my fists for my own sake. Chad said as he sat up. Yoruchi finally got to her student, climbing on top of him and letting out a purr as he cautiously rubbed her soft fur. It's a vow I made to Abuelo. Isn't that Spanish for grandfather? He asked, needing a little clarification from the multilingual lessons his uncle Ryukin made him and Yuryu learn. Yes, it does. My abuelo's name was Oscar Joaquin de la Rosa. So, you told me you were from Okinawa, but you have Spanish roots? No, Mexican. I lived with my abuelo in Mexico after my parents in Okinawa died when I was little. He said, remembering how Oscar came to get him one day, how he tried so hard to make the young Sato go from a bad-tempered rotten kid to a good man. The day he finally took the old man's lessons to heart after he saved his young stupid self from some angry parents from the kids he beat up. When his grandfather gave him that medallion saying that his body and strength was a means to help people and that the coin will show him the way. So that medallion is a keepsake of your promise, huh? Ichigo asked while scratching his cat teacher's ears. Yeah, this thing's probably worth more than my life. He said, holding that gold coin to his heart. Ichigo noticed a phone at their feet that was open, probably on too. Well, I should get going. Ichigo said, repositioning Yoruchi to lay on his shoulders as he made his way back to the shop for his Kido practice. Chad watched as his friend walked away with that strange cat. Ichigo, you're good with cats. He thought to himself, despite feeling something was up with that feline. Those punks from before are going to try something tomorrow. He told his sensei as he walked. Maybe something with his coin. A good assumption, Ichigo. She said in her deep masculine voice she had as a cat. He's certainly determined if he wouldn't even fight back for his own sake. Is that all you're going to say about it? No, it's also stupid. Abusing your strength is unforgivable, but not defending yourself when you have to is being stupid, not selfish. She said before leaping off her student and walked on the nearby ledge next to him. Someone's going to have to knock some sense into his head if he's going to learn that though. Leave that to me, Yoruchi. He said, gaining a slight smirk. He's a good guy. I wanna help. Yoruchi grunted in approval of her student. He may not be that cute little kid anymore, but what took his place was a strong, kind-hearted young man. It was a bonus that he grew up handsome and CC too. Ichigo. Yeah. You realized you rubbed your teacher's pee-pee, right? She said with a devious smirk as she finally got Ichigo to stumble and turn redder than a strawberry again. You pervert. He yelled as she ran off. The next day. He was stupid. He let his guard down too much. Now here he was, tied up, under a bridge with the same guys from yesterday and a few others. Some idiot with glasses and dreads with a small chain piercing from his ear to his nose. This is the end for Sato, tough guy of middle school. He said in a smug tone, believing he's won. So, you scared now? You're not gonna start psing yourself, are ya? I don't have to go at the moment. He calmly replied, getting under the guy's skin. I guess you aren't scary enough. Sorry guys. Hee hee, aw man. The guy said, getting up in front of Sato. Well then, in that case I'll just take this. He pulled Chad's medallion and broke the chain around his neck. Now what did you say? Something about this being worth more than your life. He brought out a pair of bolt cutters. Then if I take this away, you might as well be dead, right? Now Chad was scared to lose his medallion, scared to lose that gift from his abuelo, and furious at the man in front of him. Wanting nothing more than to beat that smug look off that jackass's face. So then die, loser. Chad strained against his binds, making them groan in resistance as he pulled with all his considerable strength. Don't be stupid. Give it dash, and that was all before 2 feet slammed into his face. You're pissing me off. Ichigo growled as he surfed the ground with the punk's body. Shut up. When the dust finally settled, he gave a cocky smirk to Chad and the guys around him. He grabbed Chad's coin from the unconscious leader's hands before rummaging through his pockets for a phone. Hey! Weasel! You alright? They called out of concern for their boss, knowing how hard Ichigo hits. You got a lot of nerve going through the boss's pockets like that. Ichigo ignored them as he pulled out the phone and dialed the hospital, asking for 5 ambulances right off the bat. Yoruchi was in her human form, watching her student pummel the crap out of a few idiots. She came because she was curious as to how Ichigo would handle this situation. Needless to say, she was a little disappointed in his form and movements. Too much unnecessary movement in her opinion. Chad was watching Ichigo and remembered his grandfather, taking blow after blow for his sake the first time he messed up so badly. Well, that's that. Ichigo said, not even winded from the fight. Hey Chad, I've been thinking. He started to untie his large friend from his binds. You can stay the same while I throw my punches for you. In return, you can throw your punches for me. He finally freed Chad from his binds as he looked at Ichigo with a sense of admiration he hasn't shown since his abuelo. If there's anything you protect with your life, I'll do the same. He said, reaching out his hand with Chad's medallion in his open palm. That also means fighting back when I'm not around. He said with a chuckle. I am being kept busy with a lot of things. Chad looked at his orange-haired savior, realizing the depth of that oath he just said. His grandfather was right, that coin would show him the meaning behind his strength, how he should use it. Sure. He said simply, before grasping Ichigo's hand and forming an iron-clad pact with him. He would give his life to help Ichigo, knowing he would do the same for him. He'd use his strength for others. Yoruchi smiled, proud of her disciple. Then she decided on something, appearing right next to the boys almost instantly. Ichigo! She yelled suddenly, shocking the two. I said I wanted you to do 1 lap around the city in 5 minutes. She never said that, she was using this to cement their oath. Instead I find you dawdling with your buddy from school. Give me 5 laps now. She screamed, in teacher mode, not giving Ichigo any chance to protest as he began running off to complete his task. Chad watched his friend run off, clearly scared of making the weird woman angry, before feeling himself get smacked in the back. You too big guy. What? He asked, confused. Yoruchi gave him a toothy grin. You just made a promise to help Ichigo no matter what, right? Chad nodded dumbly, still confused. Well, as his teacher I'm not letting you drag him down by being too weak to help him. She threw him a confidence-boosting thumbs up. So you better start, before you're too far behind. Chad finally understood that this woman was telling him Ichigo was constantly improving himself and he was going to keep his promise, he should do the same. He held up his coin before kissing it and putting it into his pocket, rushing off to join Ichigo in his challenges ahead. Ichigo became a death god. The beginning of the series proper. 'Twas a beautiful night. A silver glow washing over the city of Karakura. Few lights remain on in this dead hour of the night as it knows a rare moment of silence. An image of tranquility and stillness to the living, not so much for the spiritually aware and the dead themselves. Standing high above the city, like a guardian light in the darkness, was a warrior. Clad in a black shihakusho with an elegant blade on the hip, the Soul Reaper stood watch as several monsters slipped into the city. I sense strong spirit energy close by, she said before rushing off into the darkness. Unaware of who she will meet, and what will happen. Evening the next day. The day was on its decline, the sky releasing a burning bronze light over the city while everyone was going home for the day or indulging in their various hobbies. Some were simply walking around the town, enjoying the ending of the day. Others just goofed around, acting all big and tough, annoying other people with their attitudes and recklessness. What did Ichigo do in his spare time? He spent it beating the crap out of the latter, of course. There were 5 people in front of him, 3 were cowering in fear, 1 was unconscious, the last was getting his head crushed into the pavement by Ichigo's foot. "Alright, listen up you trash," he growled out, pointing to a knocked-over broken bottle with some crushed flowers. "First question. What is that?" "Answer." "Oh, the middle nameless thug started. "I guess someone left those flowers for some kid that got killed here," he whimpered before getting a face full of Ichigo's heel. "Thankfully this is for comedic effect, so no one is dying." "Correct. Next question. Why is it on its side?" he said, glaring at the next 2 idiots. "It's because one of us was careless enough to knock it over," the next guy said, hoping to appease the angry seer of the dead. His response was another hard kick to the head, knocking him into the only other member of his group. "If you know that," he said, eerily calm before emitting a murderous aura, "then go apologize, or the next time the flowers will be for you," he growled, terrifying the group of thugs as they ran and screamed out their repentance. One bespectacled teen decided to reveal himself. "Was that necessary, Ichigo?" Yuryu asked as he went to where a young girl's soul still resided, replacing the flowers and offering a quick prayer. "Probably not," he admitted as he turned to his cousin and a little girl with a bloodied face. "But you know how protective I am. Besides, spirits like her deserve to rest in peace." She smiled and bowed to the 2 Quincy's. "Thank you, now I can rest in peace." The 2 smiled at the girl before walking away. It was one of those rare moments they could talk and catch up, not worry about the training Ryukin puts them through or the schooling to make sure they get that training. "Father says that Karen is getting better in her Quincy practice," Yuryu told him. The twins found out about their brother after following him to Urahara's one day. The exiled captain saw little harm in 2 sisters wanting to support their brother. "How's Yuzu's progress with Kido?" "You know, she's having trouble," he said. "Karen has no trouble, but it's harder for Yuzu. Maybe she just has no talent for it," Ichigo said apathetically. In reality he'd rather they not fight at all. He's fine with them learning to defend themselves but not go into a war like he and Yuryu were going to. "This coming from you?" Yuryu asked through a laugh. "You still have trouble with controlling your Ryatsu. You can barely use a Heido spell without blowing something up. An unfortunate incident where he caused some major property damage, causing him to swear to not use Kido outside of a safe environment. The only safe spells were still extremely powerful and dangerous ones, very taxing on his physical body. So, I'm stronger and faster than most everything in this city." He threw back. "So you can beat a captain of the Soul Society?" "Maybe, we'll find out soon." Ichigo looked off in the distance, feeling erasure he associates only with a few people he knows. There's finally a Shinigami in this city. This made the 2 stop. Yuryu glared in the distance, still feeling some level of resentment for his grandfather. Ichigo, more in annoyance that it took them this long to show up and help the lost souls of the city. "Do you think you'll finally unlock your Shinigami powers now?" "I won't force the issue, Yuryu. But I have a feeling that it might happen soon." They then went their separate ways, each feeling that there was nothing more to say to the other. The sun finished its descent as the light went from warm bronze to pale silver from the moon and streetlights. Minutes of walking later and Ichigo finally returned to his home, where his family waited with dinner. In most families you would hear, "I'm home," or "I'm back." In this house, shielded in a strong barrier to keep it hidden from unwanted eyes, Ichigo's first words to his family was, "Bakudu number 8, Seiki." He rose his arm, now with an orb of light hovering on his wrist, catching his father's swift kick and blowing him back. Ichigo immediately charged at his father, who recovered from the counter and began throwing fast punches at his son. At the table, eating that dinner Ichigo came home for, sat his twin sisters. One was as gentle as a blooming flower with hair much like her mother's, while her sister was more rough with black hair like her father. "Can't they wait until after dinner?" Yuzu whined, puffing her cheeks in displeasure as father and son fought. "Leave them," Karen told her sister, holding her bowl out for more rice. "Ichigo needs to be ready for anything. You know that." "Doesn't mean I like it, Karen," she said, giving her sister another helping. The fight ended as soon as it began with a tie between father and son, each one at their physical limit. "You're definitely getting better, my son," Isshin said, looking at his son with pride. He was glad that his son was already on par with most lieutenants, he just needed to become a Shinigami to confirm that. The two men of the house returned to the table to enjoy their family dinner. While they still missed Masaki's cooking, Yuzu was doing a fine job with it. Before they went to bed, Isshin told his son that Urahara wanted to see him tomorrow. That it was important. The next day, Ichigo was walking through the city, in his gray school uniform, to check up on the spirit of that girl from yesterday. That's when he heard the howling. Like a large beast crying out in hunger. He remembered those cries, the same beasts that tore his teacher apart so many years ago. He ran into the city to find them and the little girl they were chasing. The people were frantically running in terror, away from a danger that they could not see but certainly made its presence known. It was a giant brown bug-esque monster resembling a praying mantis. In front of it, running for her life, was the little girl's spirit from yesterday. "Help me!" she cried, fleeing for her soul. Ichigo reached out and grabbed her before skating away with his Harenkyaku. He got them to the end of the sidewalk when he finally found that Shinigami he was sensing. She moved so gracefully, slashing through that hollow like a blade on the wind, killing her prey in 2 swings. Finally, a Soul Reaper shows up, he said, watching her as the hollow dissipated. She glanced at him, eyes wide in shock. "Crap, she saw me do that," he thought to himself before disappearing from the scene. "That boy," the Shinigami said as the target of her inquiry vanished from her sight. He looked so much like him and he was definitely no ordinary human. "I'll have to find him." She began to leave to continue her duties. "I have some questions for him." Later in the evening. "Hey Kisuk," the young hybrid said as he entered the small sundry shop, punching Jinta in the head for tormenting Ururu again because she's so timid. "I'm here." He walked down the center aisle of the small store, lines of nondescript and unimpressive products of random types waiting in the shelves and display boxes. It surprises him that Kisuk manages to keep this shop in business, probably not something he wanted to know the answer to. Maybe it had something to do with the real purpose of the shop, catering to the spirit beings. "What did you want?" he asked his disheveled teacher. "Well, my prized pupil," the bucket-hatted scientist exclaimed excitedly, putting Ichigo on edge knowing his teacher's mad scientist habits. "I have done all the calculations, all the experiment variables, tested in the only ways I had, don't ask, and finally, I feel confident enough to give you this." He threw a black soul candy ball, the same as a faux soul used by the Shinigami. "Swallow that and it will separate you from your body," Kisuk said, being serious with his disciple. "After that you have a window to awaken your latent Soul Reaper abilities, but it's going to be very risky." Ichigo looked at his master, who had no trace of his earlier comical demeanor. "This method can only be done by someone like you and only you." He leaned in close to his student and told him what he had to do. "That is going to hurt a lot," Ichigo said, somewhat worried about doing this and excited to finally have the rest of his powers awakened. He was about to leave before remembering that Soul Reaper from earlier. "By the way, a Soul Reaper is in town. She may have also seen me using my Hyrankia dash," he tried to finish before getting attacked by the one person he still could not keep up with. Yoruchi was clawing at his face in her cat form while berating her student. "What part of, be careful, keeps getting lost on you?" she yelled as Ichigo pried her off his face. "You know that you're under his observation. We can't let him know we know he's watching, and Soul Society is not that lenient with someone like you. You could be killed on the spot if they found out the full truth too early." The old man is willing to listen but only when someone proves themselves trustworthy. Kisuke said. Your best chance is most likely after Aizen's betrayal, if that happens. I'll keep that in mind. Ichigo said as he left his teachers and started his trek home. Back home for his dinner, soul candy in hand, and a sense that it will be used very soon. Kurosaki Clinic. Night time. He laid in his bed, staring at the small ball in his hand, reflecting on what he was told and what he was going to have to do. His sisters finishing up their chores while their dad was at a meeting with his uncle, learning about the new practices and method for doctors in the ever-expanding field of medicine and surgery. Hey! He called out to the only people with him. You think this is going to work? Next to him in a flowing tattered black cloak was the Quincy Zangetsu while his hollow Zangetsu was at the other end, a color negative of his human half. It should. Said the white Zangetsu. He never failed you before. But this could be dangerous for him and those around. The older Quincy said. You might want to make sure that your sisters are behind the barrier when you use it. The barrier, made by Kisuke and Tessai. Designed to shield the occupants from racial-based attacks and surveillance, but not keep spirits out. She's coming. Ichigo said as he felt that Soul Reaper from before coming by. The projections of his Zanpakuto disappeared back into their master, moments before she finally entered his room. What do you think you're doing? He growled at the black-clad woman, silence being her response. Hey! Didn't you hear me? He tried again, and again no answer as she seemed to scan the room. She stood there, in the middle of his room, searching, sensing, trying to find any trace of the remaining hollows. I feel it. She said to herself. She sensed a great energy, but it saturated a good portion of the area, leaving that sense useless. So intent on her mission, she didn't notice the young teen in the room. Or what he was about to do. Don't break into someone's room and ignore them. Ichigo yelled, slamming his foot into the short death god. She fell into an undignified heap as the hybrid continued to lecture her. I don't know how you were raised in soul society or care that you're a soul reaper, it's rude to just break into someone's room and ignore them while they're talking to you. The Shinigami wasn't listening, again, as she tried to understand what just happened to her. She was just kicked, she was seen, by a human. Yo, you can see me. She turned her head to look at the young man, then she recognized him. Wait, you're that boy from earlier. She remembered seeing him pull that young girl's soul away from that rampaging hollow, only to disappear before her eyes. How did you do that? She asked, getting up to her feet, barely reaching his chin. She began examining him, rudely grabbing his chin for a closer look. You certainly look human enough. Are you defective? Ichigo swatted her hand away and bonked her on the head. You are neither the sharpest sword nor a good people person, are you? He growled while the Shinigami was nursing a lump on her head. Now, who are you? You want to know? She asked, glaring at him in an attempt to regain some dignity. Very well, I'm a soul dash, she was interrupted as Ichigo hit her again. I asked who, not what. Pay attention. He lectured as the Soul Reaper was about to cry from the pain. I already know about Shinigami, hollows, and soul society. What I don't know is who you are. The Soul Reaper looked at him in surprise. Most humans shouldn't know anything about any of those. Now, will you please tell me your name? And my name is Rukia. Rukia Kuchiki. She told him. Nice to meet you, Rukia. He said, not even bothering with any formality. I'm Ichigo Kurosaki. For a second Rukia could swear she saw her old mentor again. The boy looked so much like him it was uncanny. Now, can you tell me why it took so long for a Soul Reaper to show up and help any of the souls here in town? Her response was unsheathing her blade and performing a konso on a nondescript soul next to him. The influx of spirits and hollows suddenly rose in this particular city. The soul vanished in a flash of light and turned into a black butterfly, flying away from the duo. When I got here I was searching for those hollows, but something is making it hard to sense them. Or someone. He said, sensing several hollows coming to his home. You probably noticed that I personally have some pretty abundant spirit energy. Those hollows are probably looking for me. He said, opening his window and letting the hungry wails echo into their ears. And they sound hungry. Then stay here. Rukia said, preparing herself for the coming challenge. It's my duty to purify these souls. Ichigo ignored her as he made his way for the door. Hey, wait. Ichigo did not stop, he couldn't. These things were going to become a danger to his family. He had to protect them. He will protect them. Yuzu, Karen. He called out to his sisters as he descended the stairs. I'm about to do something dangerous and stupid. I'd like a snack when I get back. He said as he walked out the door. Ichigo. Wait up, don't do this. Rukia called out as she chased after him. By Ichinai. By Shinigami-san. Yuzu called out, already thinking about what to make her brother. You think that Soul Reaper is going to move in now that she knows about Ichigo? Karen asked, channel surfing. The more the merrier, Karen. The more cheerful twin said. With Ichigo and Rukia. The duo exited into the darkness of the night, the moon and various streetlights exposing the 5 large beasts craving Ichigo's bountiful power. Different shaped heads, different colored bodies, different hulking beasts standing over their soon-to-be prey. Ichigo met their hungry gazes with a defiant scowl, a hand in his pocket rubbing his black soul candy. He figured now was the time to use it, and if anything was to happen. Well, he had Zangetsu for that. Rukia. He said, pulling the soul candy out. Watch my back. He swallowed the small black ball and felt his body and soul separate as he jumped at the first hollow in front of him. A large dark grayish one known as Fishbone D. Stop it, you fool. You'll get yourself killed. She called out to the foolhardy teen. The hollow slammed his fist into Ichigo's body and sent him into the middle of the others. Ichigo silently thanked his dad for the constant attacks, letting him deflect the blow enough to not hurt him, but get him right where he wanted to be. Ichigo. He heard her cry. She was scared for him, worried for him. This would be hard to explain to her. Zangetsu, he called out in his mind to his powers, help me through with this. His hands went to the chain bound to his chest and began to pull, trying to rip off his chain of fate. Everything around him went silent. He could no longer hear the howling of the beasts closing in on him, nor Rukia's frantic warnings that he was doomed. The seal came off his chest with frightful ease, and he was consumed in a whirlwind. Ichigo. Rukia cried out. She never saw anyone try to tear off their own chain of fate like he just did. He willingly turned into a hollow. To what end? What was he thinking? She didn't realize, watching that all-consuming whirlwind of dust and power, that the hollows that were attacking the boy had vanished. Completely gone with no trace. Rukia couldn't comprehend what she was watching. 1 second 4 hollows were about to devour that idiot brat she just met, then the next, they were just gone. All there was left was a crushing pressure, greater than any hollow she's ever seen. She dared to believe that it actually matched her brother's in power. So focused was Rukia that she didn't notice the fish-like hollow that attacked Ichigo creep up behind her, or that she was getting weaker by the second. The hollow was planning to devour the absent-minded Soul Reaper given that prime chance, but the whirlwind finally stopped, the dust was slowly settling, the hollow known as Fishbone D felt he was no longer a predator here, he was going to be the prey. In this dust, he saw a figure with a pair of glowing yellow eyes. The last thing he saw before a massive blade cleaved his skull. Well, Rukia heard from someone coming up behind her, looks like my boy's got this. She turned to see a man, similar to Ichigo with darker hair and a thin beard on his face. Ichigo moved from his position of his transformation to sink his massive katana into the hollow's skull. Come on inside and we'll discuss the living arrangements. Isshin said as he returned to his home, carrying his son's soulless body. You might be with us for a while. Ichigo finished killing the hollow and joined back up with Rukia. Who is that? She asked the hybrid. Shock still racked her being from what she just witnessed. First Ichigo was just another plus, ejected from his body. Next he tore off his own chain of fate and decimated 5 hollows with ease. What was with this family? What was with Ichigo? And she wasn't sure, but she could almost swear she saw him with a mask before attacking that last hollow. That is my father, the former captain of Squad 10. Ichigo said as he made his way back to his home and family. He'll fill you in. Adjusting. The next morning. They were walking toward the building of social gathering and knowledge growth, with the events of last night playing fresh in their minds. Rukia could scarcely imagine the situation she ended up in. A former captain of the Godai 13, sacrificing his powers to save the life of a human woman, now a father of 3 with a son that showed immense promise as a soul reaper. However, for as glad as she was that she got some answers, she was now greatly resentful of the boy in front of her. How many decades of training did she have to do to even come close to how powerful this child is? And to make matters worse, he took some of her powers. Flashback of the previous night. So that's the story. Isshin said, finishing his tale of meeting a human named Masaki and becoming human to save her life. Partway through that explanation, Kisuke and Tessai showed up to examine Ichigo and prepare a jigai for Rukia. I couldn't return to Soul Society after that and they'd probably arrest me for giving up my powers like that. Change does not happen overnight for the living, and it takes much longer for the dead. Doesn't seem like Rukia can go back either. Said Kisuke, jotting some notes down about his students' changes. Looks like she lost a good chunk of her power when she got too close to Ichigo. He explained to them that the method Ichigo used would absorb nearby Reisha and Ryatsu if anything got too close to him. Rukia was lucky to just lose some of her power. As she is now, she is incapable of opening a Senkaman or activate her Shirkai. Present. Scowling at me like that isn't going to change the situation we're in, Rukia. The teen told her as she followed him to class. I already said I was going to help you with your duties, you have a place to stay, and when whoever comes I'll talk to them about what happened. Ichigo knew that talking was probably not going to work, but it was better than outright violence when himself and the captain commander had bigger things to worry about. You still got me into this mess. She yelled back, justifying her anger at the orange-haired teen. If you had just stayed back, I would have been able to kill those hollows and we wouldn't be stuck like this. She knew he meant well, that he was protecting his family first and foremost. But his actions put them both in danger for the long run. He's strong but he'll never be able to match the Soul Society. She thought to herself as they finally made it into the school grounds of Karakura High. He gave her the directions to the office so she could finalize her status as a student of Karakura. He left for his own reasons, running into a certain well-endowed girl with flower hairpins. Whoa! He said, wrapping his arms around her reflexively, keeping her from falling onto her butt. Hey there, Orihime. Their faces were inches apart, Ichigo wearing a mask of casual nonchalance while the busty girl quickly became a stuttering blushing mess. Ichigo. She never had enough courage to pursue her crush, though she is monumentally more comfortable around him now thanks to more than a few confidence boosts from her best friend. Yay! Go Orihime! A black spiky-haired tomboy cheered, trying to encourage her best friend, despite breaking the mood and causing the two to separate. Hey Tatsuki! Ichigo greeted his oldest friend. How's your training coming along? I wouldn't be surprised if I was the strongest girl in Japan after sensei by now. She responded with a smile. And her butt looks amazing. Said Ichigo's Zanpakuto. One with huge melons and another with a great butt, how have you not slept with either of them yet? Zangetsu, how many times have we talked about this? Ichigo asked his instinctual side. Every day you've seen either of them since you hit PBRTY. The more controlled half of the blade spirit said. I'm almost inclined to agree with the hollow if it means an end to this argument. The answer is still no. Ichigo stubbornly told his spirits. I have more important things to do than have SEC with my friends. Especially when they have no interest. Both spirits were in a stunned and irritated silence before Ichigo's hand suddenly shot out and grabbed Tatsuki's butt. Why? He asked just before he was sent flying with an insanely strong punch, sending him flying down the school hallway. Because you're an idiot. The spirit said before leaving Ichigo alone. You pervert. She yelled out, blushing furiously. Tatsuki never thought of herself as girlish, even when dealing with other perverts and would-be MLSTRs. She was more mad than embarrassed. With her childhood friend, it made her heart pound and her knees weak. She didn't think of him that way, but he keeps bringing out her more girlish side. Come on Orihime, let's get to class before we're late. She walked away quickly, trying to distance herself and Ichigo. Right. Orihime cheered, rushing after her friend. Bye Ichigo. See you in class. Bye. Ichigo responded after finally pulling himself up. Looks like it's going to be one of those days, isn't it? The day went by rather normally after that. Rukia introduced herself to his class, masquerading as gentle and sweet girl, immediately endearing herself to everyone else. After school was a single patrol, Rukia giving the cliff notes of the responsibilities of the Shinigami while Ichigo ignored them in favor of doing what he felt was right because it was right. The day was coming to its end when they heard the loud screeching of tires suddenly breaking. They turned to see Orihime, carrying a grocery bag with a man with dark hair in a blue suit holding her back. You need to be more careful Orihime, the man said with concern in his eyes, you almost got hit. Sorry Sora nii-san. Orihime said with a sheepish smile, bonking herself on the head. I zoned out a bit. She giggled happily, making her brothers take a look of tired annoyance. What am I going to do with you? He sighed, patting his little sister on the head. At this rate, I'll need to be worried for the man that makes you his wife. Orihime's response was to puff her cheeks and pout at her brother. She growled. You're making fun of me. Trying to be intimidating to her brother but only coming off as a harmless kitten. Ichigo and Rukia finally caught up to the siblings. Yo! Sora, what's up? Ichigo asked the fellow older brother with Rukia close behind him, scrutinizing and studying the siblings. What's going on? Well, I was going to spend a nice dinner with my adorable ditzy sister, he said, rubbing the shy girl's head as she blushed while the brothers talked. But then Ryukin-sama called and said he needed me at the hospital. Sora was fuzzy on the details but soon after the car accident and his recovery he came to work under Ryukin Ishida in a pretty good job. What Ichigo knew was that it involved Urahara and invasive experiments to make Sora knowledgeable on how to do that work and asking no questions. Not a proud or well-liked moment in their history. Do you mind walking my sister home? I'd feel safer if she was escorted. I can walk home by myself. She mumbled, secretly wishing that it would just be herself and Ichigo. Sure. He told the fellow older brother. Come on Rukia. Oh. Is this the Rukia Orihime has told me about? Sora finally noticed the silent Soul Reaper. Yes, she smiled innocently with a curtsy, pleased to meet you Mr. Inoue. Sora laughed harmlessly. Old-fashioned isn't she? He asked through his chuckles before returning the gesture with a small bow. The pleasure is mine Ms. Kuchiki. But alas, I must be off. Sora then began his trek toward the hospital, for whatever his boss has in mind for him to do. Have fun with your sleepover Orihime. He yelled before they were out of earshot. The three walked alone in silence, Ichigo's presence dissuading any would-be flirts while the girls were left alone for whatever topic came up. So, Rukia started, trying to think of any conversation piece to end the awkward silence. How did you first meet Ichigo? Orihime immediately had a set of emotions flash by on her face. Pained, sad, but slightly joyful at the end. Well, it happened a few years ago. She started. My brother got me these hairpins and I yelled at him for giving me such a childish thing. She pointed to the hairpins that allowed her hair to frame her face, then she got melancholic at the darker memories. He was hit by a car later that day. I was terrified to lose him and carried him to this nearby clinic, hoping for a miracle. They did manage to save my brother, but it was Ichigo that helped me the most. She gazed at the orange-haired boy ahead of them with a look of adoration. He gave me hope, belief that my brother would be okay. Her hands reached for her pins, memories of that night playing again and again in her mind, how she made a wish that came true. Rukia could only stare at the happily blushing girl as, yet again, she had to change her views on the young Soul Reaper. Strong and gentle, fierce and protective, powerful and kind. He reminded her so much on her now deceased mentor she could swear he was Kyan's reincarnation, like fate was giving her a chance to undo her past mistakes. Well, we're here. Ichigo announced as they came to the Inoue apartment. Have a nice day, Orihime. Thank you, Ichigo. She chirped with small bow, trying to hide her blushing face from her crush. She began to ascend the stairs to her home when Ichigo called out again. Hey, Sora said you're having a sleepover, right? He asked her. Why not have Rukia join? He was supposed to head back to the hospital as today was training with his cousin and uncle. He can't let Rukia follow him and learn about his Quincy heritage, who knows how she'll react. She doesn't have a lot of friends in town and you're a great person to help out with this. Rukia grabbed his arm and pulled him down to her level. Ichigo, what are you doing? She growled. I have to stay with you so you can be ready when we get our orders. You're forgetting that I can sense Ryatsu. He reminded the irate midget. Besides, if you're going to live in this world you need to learn how. Your feudal age customs aren't going to help you much here. Besides, it'd be weird if you only stayed around me. I don't need more unwanted rumors about me going around. He reasoned. He did still have a rep as a violent punk and he disappeared some days for hours to days. He still managed as one of the best students but they attributed that to studying with the smartest in school, maybe even forcing him to do his schoolwork. Rukia couldn't argue with his reasons as he began to leave. Have fun you too. He said before rounding a corner. Ichigo wait dash, she chased after him in a vain attempt to argue her way out of an awkward situation, but he was already gone. DMN it. Orihime just watched as the scene played out before her. This certainly was surprising, but she was always happy to make new friends and this was a request from Ichigo. Later that evening in the hospital basement. So you left the Soul Reaper with someone she doesn't know, in a place she's unfamiliar with people she doesn't know, with nothing but the clothes on her back. Yuryu asked his cousin while shooting at both him and the targets he's throwing while moving all around the room of silver and glass, hiding behind blocks and pillars to work on reaction and awareness. Is there any reason for this? He fired several spirit arrows at his cousin who managed to dodge and block them all with a pair of deep red rapier blades from black hilts. To get her off my back so I could get here. He kicked up several rings and targets of various sizes and shapes for the archer to shoot at flawlessly. Have to keep the Quincy thing a secret for now, right? He asked while cutting through more arrows. Hey Yuryu, you ever wonder what it would be like to be normal? We'd probably be bored out of our minds. With Orihime, Tatsuki, and Rukia. No offense Rukia, but it would have been better if you weren't there. Tatsuki said as they finished a cobbled-together dinner of leftovers and self-made desserts. They discussed what happened during the walk and the time up to the sleepover of getting to know each other. If they were alone, I'm sure Ichigo would have made a move on cute little Orihime. She always supported her best friend's crush, wanting to see her friend happier made her feel better as she pushed Orihime to be more aggressive when it came to the strawberry. I'm sure you would have come out of nowhere and ruined the moment, Tatsuki. Orihime sighed. What do you mean? The tomboy asked, ignorant of doing anything but being helpful to her friend. You always show up at the worst times and ruin the moment. She knows Tatsuki wants to help her, but she also knows that Tatsuki is unintentionally sabotaging her as well. Earlier today you did just that. And that's not even the first time. Well. Tatsuki thought back to every occasion that her friend was thinking of, which was a lot of times. Yeah, that's my bad. She said deflated. But I just want to encourage Dash. Will you stop using that as an excuse and just admit it already? Orihime suddenly said, rather forcefully. Stop lying to yourself and admit it. You like Ichigo just as much as me. Now Tatsuki became a stuttering blushing mess. What? She waved her hands in front of her, shaking them and doing everything to deny Orihime's claims. No. We're just childhood friends. There's no way I'd like that cry dash. She stopped, remembering that Ichigo hasn't cried in years. That we dash Ichigo was stronger than her, has been for years. That crude dash, she knew Ichigo only retaliates or helps others, never doing anything to be a jackass. That. She knew she didn't have many bad things to say about him, if there was anyone she'd consider dating it was him. But for Orihime, she was willing to set her feelings aside for so long she forgot she had them. Tatsuki, you look at Ichigo the same way I do. Orihime said. Whenever they were around him Tatsuki was happier, just being herself around someone that made her feel comfortable in her own skin. No judgments, no crudeness, no lies or manipulations, they were free to be themselves around each other and be at ease. Tatsuki let her mask fall apart, she had nothing else to say, no excuse to say Orihime was wrong. Of course I like that idiot. She silently admitted. How could I not? He's strong, kind, always puts others before himself, treats me like a friend rather than a girl. She smiled warmly, remembering laughs, cheers, shared struggles, so many fond memories together. Just being friends was enough for her, but she couldn't deny what it would be like to be more girlish, being his girlfriend. But you liked him first, Orihime. You're my friend, so I'll back off. Why? Orihime asked, completely innocent. Why would you? I'm alright if you want to being his girlfriend. Orihime, I'm not becoming love rivals with you. Tatsuki told her. I won't let our friendship end because we're fighting for the same guy. Why do we need to be rivals? Orihime confused her friends. Does she even know what she's saying? I'm saying let's share Ichigo. Rukia and Tatsuki took a moment to glance at each other, trying to comprehend what Orihime just said. They looked back at Orihime with disbelief. Share Ichigo? Why not? Orihime said with a smile. You're my best friend. I can share Ichigo with you. She never dropped that smile, that innocent, happy smile. She's too innocent. The other two thought to themselves. Back with the boys. Yeah, I have no idea what we'd even talk about. Ichigo agreed with his cousin before a barrage of light arrows stormed down on the two boys. If you two have enough time to talk, you're not working hard enough. Ryukin said, glaring at the two with a silver short bow in his hand aimed at the two. Let's fix that. Kurosaki household. Inside the house, two sisters were setting up a room, moving furniture about while setting out clothes that they'd figure their guest would enjoy. Because father and son had no taste in womanly decor, the task fell to the Kurosaki twins, eager to help the family and its new guest as a way of apologizing for her situation. Hours passed and soon Ichigo returned home, with more than a few scratches and burns on his clothes to show that Ryukin was nowhere near as kind as his father. Looks good, you two. He announced, smiling at his cute sisters. Ichi ni. Yuzu rushed to her brother's side, hugging him tightly. Karen then stripped him of his top before Ichigo had any time to protest. You've been pushing yourself again. Look at all these injuries. Yuzu scolded before realizing her brother was physically fine. Yuzu, he said while patting his sister on her head, how many times do I have to tell you that I heal fast? Yuzu's response was to look up at her brother with teary puppy eyes. Is it wrong that I worry about you? You're fighting monsters, Ichi ni. But I'm stronger than them, so there's nothing to worry about. Karen then noticed an absence of another Shinigami. Hey! Where's Rukia? At Orihime's, learning more about teenage girls. Instead of calming down, Yuzu became that much more worried. But what if another hollow attacks? She asked before a gray and red hollow phased through the wall and charged at the hybrid. In that same instant, Ichigo reached out and grabbed onto the goat's skull-shaped mask before crushing it in his hands, his veins glowing blue with his Ryatsu. Then that happens. Ichigo calmly assured his sisters. Nothing will hurt you while I'm here. He told them while wrapping his arms around them protectively. The promise of the shield. Late one night. 3 people gathered together near a construction site, 2 normal everyday teens and one of worthy note, sitting around a small bird cage housing a small yellow parakeet. The 2 others were discussing what to do with the helpless bird, one that was apparently cursed as every owner it had died, while the large half-Mexican watched the bird with a curious gaze. There's something odd about this bird. He thought to himself, sensing another presence nearby. Maybe Ichigo will know something. Hey Chad, one of the other kids said, why don't you take him? Isn't he cute? He teased the more spiritual-aware man, hoping to pawn the possibility of the curse on someone else. Hey man, that's not fair, said the other while Chad heard a strange groaning. You know Chad's got a weakness for small animals. The bird began to freak out suddenly, causing Sato to look up and see a thick steel beam falling towards them. It was times like this that he was grateful for joining his orange-haired friend in his training. With the heightened physical abilities he gained through that intense training, he caught the falling metal with little trouble. Holding the mass of steel in his hands, resting on the top of his spine, he saw a shadowy figure quickly flee the scene. I recognize this aura. He thought to himself as he threw the steel beam away, feeling no strain from the normally demanding task. I definitely need to talk to Ichigo about this. Are you guys okay? He asked his 2 friends. Yeah. Are you fine, Chad? Thank you for saving me. The small bird said in a young childish voice. My name is Yuichi Shibata. What's your name, mister? Sato, Yasutora. He told the little parakeet, unsurprised by its display of intelligence. Maybe that Soul Reaper can help too. He thought before picking up the cage and leaving for his home. See you guys. The next day at school. So how was your first outing as a normal girl? Ichigo asked Rukia. They were on the roof of the school for lunch, passing by the time by cloud watching and some light conversation. We talked, had dinner, and went to bed. She quickly responded, somewhat agitated. Nothing much. She didn't want to think about the night before, that she enjoyed herself more than she'd like. Obsessing over Orihime's adorable plushies, hearing some of Ichigo's own embarrassing past as a crybaby. She had fun but at the cost of neglecting her duties, even if it was just for one night. She felt like she failed in a big way because of this. She did understand Ichigo's reasoning, but it still left a bad taste in her mouth. Here she was, a Shinigami many times Ichigo's age, one of the top of her class at the Shino Academy, someone that should not be having this much trouble, and she's just as helpless as she was back in the slums of the Rukon district. She can't even figure out how to drink her juice box. Here, watch. Ichigo said as he showed her what to do. There it was again, that feeling like a helpless child, but she didn't mind the teen, she liked and hated how much he was like her old mentor. It helped and it hurt. Hey Ms. Wiro. Ichigo greeted his black-haired friend. Looks like you two are together again. The named Ms. Wiro greeted. You two seem pretty chummy. I told you already. She's an old family friend that's staying with us for the time being. Their cover story, Rukia's family were close with Ichigo's and they used to spend time together. Seemed lazy and that no one would buy it, but they were dealing with teenagers and they usually don't care anyway. Do we look like we're chummy? Maybe. He responded with a blank expression. You do seem pretty close, and you're living together. People talk and fun rumors replace a boring truth. Ichigo. They might think you're an item. And when did I care about other people's opinion? He asked his ever-curious friend. Good point. He then turned to Rukia, who was contently watching them while sipping her drink. Hello, I'm Mizuiro Kojima. He greeted himself enthusiastically. My hobbies are dash. Womanizing. Ichigo finished for him, shocking his friend in embarrassment. Careful with him, Rukia, he's a big playboy. No, I'm not. I only go after older women. Mizuiro cried, not exactly helping his case. Like I said, Rukia, watch out. He said, confusing Mizuiro. That's when another of Ichigo's friends showed up. Looks like Chad still isn't here. A taller, lankier brown-haired individual noted as he got on the roof. Hey guys. He greeted his companions. Hey Kigo. Ichigo noted to his more enthusiastic friend. Then Kigo noticed the new cutie of the group. Oh. The hot new transfer student is here. How did this happen? Kigo asked in loud shock and surprise. Ichigo asked her out. Mizuiro said, trying to get a little payback on Ichigo. Ichigo. Kigo rushed to his best bud and gave a tearful congratulations. Good job. Welcome Rukia. To this garden of men. I'm Kigo Asano. He told Rukia, unknowingly making the girl uncomfortable. Now to celebrate with a lunch party. With sandwiches and juice. Mizuiro asked incredulously. It's not the food that makes a party, it's the mood. He declared before getting kicked in the back. Yo, Kurosaki. A random punk growled at the teen. He was accusing Ichigo of copying him and ignoring any claims otherwise. He was going to start a fight before getting blindsided by a giant fist. Hey Chad. Ichigo greeted his old friend. Did you remember to hold back? I did, but he's going to be unconscious for a while. He said while fishing out his own lunch. So what kept you? I was almost hit with a motorcycle. He explained. He fell off and slammed into a wall, passing out from the collision, so I carried him to the hospital. That explains why you were late. Kigo said. Chad then showed the bird cage he was carrying. What's with the bird? Hello, my name is Yuichi Shibata. The bird greeted. Ichigo and Rukia recognized that something was up almost immediately. What do you think, Ichigo? Chad asked his more learned friend. That bird is certainly possessed. Ichigo answered. Kigo and Mizuiro learned about Ichigo's spiritual awareness after a dare gone wrong one time and never doubted the existence of spirits since. Should be easy to fix. Bring him by later and we'll figure out what to do. Rukia looked at Ichigo with a sense of pride that he's growing into the role of a soul reaper so well. The lost soul of the child, however, did not look so pleased. In fact, it looked scared. Later that day at the Kurosaki clinic. Ichigo and Chad were helping to carry people from the streets and into the clinic. As they neared the Kurosaki home, they were almost crushed in a sudden car accident, bringing several more people into the mix. Karen and Yuzu frantically tried to get the injured the help they needed while Isshin was trying to get more cots and beds to house the influx of patients. This is becoming more of a headache than I would have liked. Ichigo growled as he and Chad brought in the last 4 people. We better get some answers about this now. Ichigo would have liked to help his family, but he did not have much in the way of human medicine and care. Even his healing Kido was pathetic compared to his sister Yuzu. All he could do was the heavy lifting grunt work and stay out of the way. Himself, Sato, and Rukia then went up to Ichigo's room with Yuichi in hand to ask him a few questions. No one noticed Karen's own shaken form as she watched them ascend the stairs. The barrier around the house seems different, Ichigo. Rukia noted as they walked into Ichigo's room. Did something happen? Yeah, there was a minor hollow attack, so Kisuke made it so hollows can't enter. Except for me, but that's just fine-tuning. Ichigo thought to himself as they set Yuichi down and sat around him. Now, what should we ask first? Why is that hollow chasing you? Chad said out of the blue, surprising Rukia and Yuichi. The small bird looked down in shame as he relayed his tale. How he was just a little kid, living alone with his mom, when somebody broke in and began to attack them with a knife. His mother died trying to protect him and he made the bad man fall to his own death. Some time passed after that he ended up in the body of that bird while a monster made a deal, that if he could run from him for 3 months he would bring back his mother. Ichigo was seething after hearing this story, so much so that his head was throbbing. Chad clenched his fists so hard his nails dug into his palms. Rukia looked sick to her stomach in rage and disgust. I'm sorry to say this, Yuichi, but that monster was lying to you. Rukia said, as gently as she possibly could given the situation. There is no coming back to life. Once you die you can't go back to the world of the living. Yuichi could only look downcast, feeling the last shred of hope fail. I know. He said, about to break into tears. In a way I already knew. I just wanted to see my mommy again. They watched the bird, seeing a silhouette of a small child, breaking down into tears with pity in their hearts. Chad rose to his feet and made his way to the door. Chad! Where are you going? Ichigo asked. He didn't need to, he knew his friend enough to know what he was thinking here. I'm going to find that hollow, and break him. He said very calmly, like a prelude to a storm. Rukia looked at him like he was insane. She was about to protest when Ichigo gave him the go-ahead. Okay. Save the finishing blow for me though. He said, causing everyone to look at him. I want to be there to watch him get dragged to hell. He grinned darkly, letting a little of his inner hollow out just enough to darken one of his eyes. Chad nodded in affirmation as he left to fight that monster. Ichigo, what are you thinking? Rukia cried. He's just a human. Rukia. He said firmly. Chad made his decision. He'll be fine. He told her, having full faith in his friend. Let's just perform the conso. Rukia recognized that Ichigo wasn't going to budge and resigned herself, slipping on her soul ejection glove to bring out Ichigo's Shinigami form. With Chad. The streetlights and moon illuminated the city, giving a sense of eerie life and stillness to the city, direct contrast from the day. He was wandering the streets in a sleeveless gray shirt, proudly displaying his arms, waiting. Waiting for that monster to show up, waiting for his fight. You've certainly been a stubborn one, haven't you? He heard a warped voice speak, floating around him. Of all the people I've killed while chasing that brat, you've been the hardest one yet. You've got great reflexes and instincts, but I've grown weary of this. He kept talking while closing in on Sato, believing he couldn't see or hear him. You smell odd, but so tasty at the same time. He got too close and was met with a large fist hitting him like a freight train, causing a spiderweb fracture in his mask and flying backwards, tumbling to a stop. The way you're talking is annoying. Said Chad, cool and collected as he glared at the bluish-green frog and a gray mane around his neck. And you've targeted the wrong prey. He said, cracking his knuckles while stalking toward his enemy. I'm the one that's going to make you pay for your crimes. You're no ordinary human. The hollow-called Shrieker yelled out in shock that he was hit, and so hard too. You're not a soul reaper either, I'd recognize that scent. So what are you? Chad kept walking toward the downed hollow that was shaking in fear, completely unaware of the small creature surrounding him. To be honest, I don't really know myself. I'm not an ordinary human and I'm not a soul reaper. He saw Shrieker's expression change back to his previous cocky attitude. But you're still just as careless. He yelled in triumph as Chad got sprayed with slime and thick leeches. What the? Chad wondered in surprise as the fleshy worms latched onto him. Now die and feed me your soul. The murderer cried as he extended his tongue and acted on his name, covering the giant in explosions. With Rukia and Ichigo. The two Soul Reapers watched in their Shinigami forms, watching the confrontation between Ichigo's friend and the hollow he wanted to crush. They sent the young Yuichi to the Soul Society after assuring him that Chad would be safe and that his mother would be waiting in Soul Society. Rukia was still concerned for the giant, and to simply calm her down, Ichigo followed his friend's ribbon just in time to watch Chad get consumed in fiery explosions. Sato! Rukia cried out as she tried to rush toward Chad, only to be held back by Ichigo. What are you doing, you fool? He's going to get himself killed. Rukia, Ichigo said while keeping his attention on his friend, we're staying out of this because Chad's my friend. He felt the air change as the hollow's doom was closing in. Besides, a blast of light and power shot out from the dust cloud that enveloped Chad. Chad's more powerful than you think. Back with Chad. Shrieker could only gape as his left arm was obliterated by whatever that blast was. The dust slowly settled, revealing Chad, only slightly burned and bloodied, with an entirely new right arm. Wings on the sides of his wrist and a protrusion at the end of his shoulder, black with a magenta stripe going down the middle outlined in white. This new development froze Shrieker so badly that he didn't react when Chad rushed him. I was careless, he admitted, shoving his fist into the hollow's mouth. But so were you. He pulled out the monster's forked tongue before delivering a brutal uppercut, making the killer bite off his own tongue and fly into the air. When he came back down, Sato proceeded to stomp the arrogant hollow underfoot. Ichigo decided it was his turn, and there was something he wanted to try. All right, Chad, that's enough for you, he said, dropping down to his friend. Chad looked over to his longtime friend and ceased his actions, leaving a bloodied and broken monster. Besides, now Rukia's curious about that arm of yours. He saw the smaller of the two Soul Reapers scanning him, studying him. All right, he replied, letting his right arm shift back to normal and gesturing for Rukia to follow him before leaving. You must be pretty pathetic. Ichigo heard the hollow at his feet groan. Having someone else fight your battles, do your job as the Shinigami. Shrieker attempted to cackle, refusing to die without some victory, any victory. His only hope for that was humiliating the Soul Reaper before him. Ichigo grabbed the near-dead hollow by the fur of his mane and threw him upright against a wall. To most it would seem like that, he told the killer. But we learned the story about you and that boy Yuichi Shibata. Ichigo unsheathed his massive blade and stabbed into the hole on the hollow's chest, the blade facing upward. You put my friend in a very rare mood. Chad doesn't get mad easily, and you set me off a little too. Shrieker watched helplessly, feeling an odd sense of dread falling over him. So we agreed that he would beat the crap out of you, leaving you helpless for me to, well, test something out. Shrieker felt the energy around the young Shinigami change, getting darker and darker, until he recognized the feeling. Fear. Tell me. How does fear taste? Ichigo asked in a warped voice behind a mask. The air was filled with the sounds of sickening crunches with screams of terror and agony. With Chad and Rukia. The two were quite the distance away and so focused on their conversation that the sounds behind them was little more than background noise. So, what's with that arm of yours? Rukia asked, curiously touching and examining the giant's right arm. To be honest, we don't really know ourselves. Sato replied, looking down at it himself. One day a hollow attacked myself and Ichigo during Hakuta practice in some random field, and it appeared while we were fighting. Chad told her about the pact between himself and Ichigo, how they swore to watch the others back and fight for their sake. How he was pulled into similar training Ichigo was doing. He remembered that day in particular, when his first hollow fight happened. Flashback, last year before high school. Ichigo and Sato were sparring against each other, exchanging quick and heavy blows on the other, a film of sweat covering the two combatants as they struggled against the other. The sun was setting as their fight spanned for hours, with Ichigo slowly getting a lead on his friend. That's when it first showed up. Sato could barely see the monster, a hazy distortion in the air, while it was clear as day for Ichigo. A large drider with 4 arms that was yellow and green with an upside-down mask. It aimed to crush them at the same time, but the two separated as the beast struck. Chad! Run! Ichigo called out, dodging another sweep from the hollow as it tried to grab him. Chad dodged as well, barely seeing the attack coming. Ichigo, what is that thing? He asked, barely able to keep his calm. It's called a hollow. He told his friend, the need of secrecy gone in favor of survival. A corrupted soul that feeds on other souls to ease their eternal hunger. He dove under another to get in enough to kick the large beast in the neck. The hollow staggered from the spiritually enhanced kick, but not enough to completely stop it. The hollow managed to reach out and grab Ichigo while he was still in midair. Chad watched his friend being suspended helplessly in the air and instantly remembered his promise. He ran at the beast with newfound strength and speed and broke the hollow's elbow, making it drop his friend. Are you alright? He hastily asked as he helped Ichigo up. I'm fine. I thought I told you to run. Sorry Ichigo, I can't do that. He got into his fighting stance as he stared down the hollow. I watch your back and you watch mine. Remember? Ichigo could only shake his head and smirk at his friend's response. Right. I'll handle the top half, you mess with his legs. Ichigo said before disappearing and delivering kick to the hollow's chest, just above the hole. Got it. Chad managed to keep his focus and charged at the spider half of the corrupt soul and started punching the legs out from under while Ichigo kept flashing around its arms. As the beast stumbled on top of Chad, Ichigo flashed to the back of its neck and got ready to throw it over his shoulder as Chad punched the beast over top himself. The hollow lay stunned as the duo prepared for the next strike. Let's go! Ichigo yelled as they ran toward the downed hollow, red energy gathering in his fist as he prepared his finishing blow. Right. Chad followed suit, finally seeing the monster before him in all its horror, as did the same unconsciously. With a roar of triumph they slammed their fists into the now obliterated corrupt soul in a torrent of energy. So that's what a hollow looks like. Weird. They finally relaxed in their victory, ready to collapse. Yeah, nasty. He said before realizing Chad's arm changed. What happened to your arm? Chad finally noticed his arm changed forms. I don't know. They looked at each other for a few seconds before they decided to ask Urahara. Present day with Chad and Rukia. Not even Urahara knows what it is for sure. Chad told her as he finished his story. At that same time beam of light shot up as a large pair of doors with half a skeleton each on their faces. The door of hell. Rukia told Chad as she watched the gates open to welcome its new victim. That monster is getting his just punishment for his crimes. They heard the demented laughter as the hollow was ran through on a giant blade, curiously missing more of his body, as the former serial killer was dragged into the burning abyss. Ichigo finally came by after the deed. I'm going to bed. This is enough for one day. Before making his way home, Chad said his goodbyes as well while Rukia joined Ichigo. Asking out Urahara's shop. It was the next day, another day of living a human life in a world she had no place residing in. However, with her only link to her home of soul society being the orders she is given, she still had to make do with supplies. Thankfully the former captains residing in Karakura seemed to have a consistent supply of necessary materials. Here she was now, loading up on those materials. Okay, will that be all, Kuchiki-san? Urahara asked his current customer, filling her request form of Soul Reaper equipment and supplies. Not yet. She replied, getting to what she felt was the most crucial piece. I need some Chikongai for Ichigo. Assuming you have yet to give him one. She did have a few complaints about her body, but the former captain did tell her prolonged use might bring up some bugs in the Jigai. That was handled a while ago. The eccentric inventor told her. But he doesn't like using him. Why? If he does, he could just slip out of his classes no problem if a hollow shows up during school. He wouldn't even need to worry about his body then. She fished for more information about her stubborn and forced partner's life. All he said about that soul was, he's an annoying useless pain. He told his customer. Trying to avoid telling her about the soul in question. Fine, she responded, I'll get him to tell me then. She turned to leave before remembering some details from the earlier night. By the way, that boy Sato said he was one of Ichigo's training partners and he has some strange power. Anything else you'd like to tell me? She glared at the jovial man. Urahara brought out his fan and laughed. Ichigo has some good friends. Let's leave it at that. He remembered that talk with Chad. Even now he didn't know everything about it, just that it was hollow-based racial and power. Everyone involved agreed to keep the nature of his abilities a secret for obvious reasons. She had to confront a certain strawberry about certain details. Karakura High. So that's the end of that, huh? Kigo asked Ichigo after they discussed the exorcism of Chad's new bird. Yeah, poor kid didn't have any friends when he was alive. So we filled that void with a day of fun. Ichigo responded, drinking his juice while Mizuiro and Chad feed the little bird. They agreed to not relay the real story. Those two didn't need to be dragged into that world of ghosts and monsters. Ichigo. They heard someone cheer happily. They turned to see Rukia, finally at school, waving at Ichigo and smiling. Hey look, it's your girlfriend Ichigo. Mizuiro said casually as the petite Shinigami made her way towards them. What? Kigo cried out. Ichigo, when did this happen? He said, tears comically running down his face as he pleaded to the young Soul Reaper. How could you go around, picking up chicks, without me? Get me a date too Ichi dash. Kigo was promptly quieted with a swift punch to his chest as Rukia finally reached her target. What do you need, Rukia? He asked her. I just have some questions I need to ask you in private. She said, smiling and acting cutesy to keep up appearances. Ichigo noticed some of the subtle signals she was trying to send to him to recognize that she means Soul Reaper specific questions. Alright, let's go. He said, following her to a private place they could talk. Well, there they go. Mizuiro said, still relatively unfazed by the sight before him. Ichigo, you traitor. Kigo screamed out. How can you call yourself my friend and not hang with the guys? You dash. He was hit with the juice Ichigo had on hand that he threw. I don't think Ichigo can possibly help you get a date, Kigo. He could try. Kigo grumbled from the ground. Chad was just watching in slight amusement. With Ichigo and Rukia. So what is it, Rukia? He asked as they got to an empty area of the school. Kisuke said that you had an artificial soul already. She said, skipping to the heart of the matter. May I see it? Really? He said, raising an eyebrow. Fine. He reached inside his bag and pulled out a cartoonish yellow lion stuffed animal. This is Khan, Kisuke gave him to me when I was 10. He told me how Soul Reapers use Jikongan when they need a quick eject and to keep their cover. Rukia took the stuffed doll from her teammate and inspected it. I didn't like the dispenser, so I tried this instead. By the way, what's with that whole soul candy thing? He asked, confused by that name from so long ago. Rukia adopted an undignified blush, embarrassed by the reason behind the name. The Shinigami's Women Association didn't like the name Jikongan. Said it wasn't cute enough. She didn't like the name either, but she was a representative of her clan, she needed to present herself as such. And not give Ichigo more reason to think less of her. Well, he's no chappie. She said, looking the lion in the face, letting her inner girl take over. But he is pretty cute. She caved, hugging the doll to her chest. Your melons may not be big, but they're really nice too, Rukia. A muffled voice spoke out. Rukia heard it coming from her chest and threw the doll up while screaming. Ichigo, staying calm, reached out and caught the perverted spirit. Nice catch. Shut up. Ichigo growled at his irritating stuffed animal. Ichigo! What the hell is that? She screamed, pointing at the lion in his hands. Like I said, this is Kon. He said, like it was the simplest thing. He's my artificial soul. Yo! He greeted with a raised paw. I don't like using him because he's a pervert. I'm worried about what he would do in my body. Ichigo remembered the last time he left Kon in his body. That was a bad time. Now I get your reluctance. Rukia said, finally calming down. She never thought putting a soul in an inanimate object would yield such results. Why do you keep him then? Because he's useful to have. He told her. When he recognizes a threat he becomes a decent fighter. I usually leave him with my sisters because they haven't a full grasp on their abilities yet. Rukia remembered when that was an idea Soul Society had, but it was deemed inhumane and all such souls from that project were destroyed. Just then her phone was going off, signifying new orders. Ichigo. I know. He said, unzipping Kon's back and pulled out a small green pill that he swallowed. The two separated and Kon began stretching in Ichigo's body. Been a while since I was in here. He said. Remember Kon? Yeah, lots of scowls and no flirting or peeping. He dismissed his boss as the two Soul Reapers left to find their targets. Would it kill him to try to live a little? He asked no one in particular. Now, let's see. He quickly checked the time. Almost time for the next class, better get moving. Ichigo's class. Agreed. We'll ask him together. Tatsuki said as she and Orihime finished their lunch. After warding off a certain red-haired lesbian, the two could coordinate their plans without a hitch. They agreed to share Ichigo and would start with a simultaneous date between the three of them. The date would be at the Don Kanonji show, coming up that weekend. They felt this was the chance to make their move. Kon came through the door and the two friends walked right up to him, prepared to ask when Orihime noticed something. Hey, where's Ichigo? Tatsuki and Kon were surprised by the question. Kon was trying to come up with an explanation while Tatsuki took a second glance to confirm her ditzy friend's claim. Orihime was surprisingly observant their mutual crush. Yeah, you're not Ichigo. Where is he? Kon pulled them both out of the classroom and into the still empty hallway. Okay, first question. Kon said as he got their attention. What makes you think I'm not Ichigo? Tatsuki was glaring at the impostor of her crush when Orihime explained why. You seem like a complete and utter waste of a character with no importance or impact to the series. She said with a completely straight face. Kon felt the words stab into him like arrows. Fair enough. Next question. He said after pulling out said arrows. How much do you know about him? I know he's spiritually aware. Orihime said. Are you related to this Soul Reaper stuff? Tatsuki asked, causing the two to gape at her. She shrugged and told them she overheard Yoruchi-sensei talking with someone about Ichigo. Well, no use hiding it now. Kon reasoned. Yes, Ichigo is a Soul Reaper, I'm an artificial soul filling in for him while he's doing his job, and he probably won't come back for the rest of the day. He said while sensing another hollow. DMN. Tatsuki cursed. All that motivation wasted. They were really nervous but were determined to power through it when Ichigo showed up, but it wasn't Ichigo in the end. What? Were you going to ask Ichigo out? He asked, causing them to blush furiously and attempt to deny it. In response, using some of his enhanced reflexes from his many upgrades, he snatched up the show tickets they had. All three together. Kon asked, impressed, and said at the same time. He may not like Ichigo too much, but he alone practically saved his life and gave him his own to live. Sure, he was the servant of the Kurosakis, but they never made him feel as such. He had a life debt to his master. I'll accept in his stead. He said, grinning while writing on one ticket. I owe Orihime and Tatsuki one date. And trust me. He smiled and winked. He'll definitely go. The rest of the day passed as such. Normal and uneventful. Until Ichigo found that ticket. Later that night in Ichigo's room. Kon! He yelled at the stuffed lion sitting on his desk, going over the notes Kon managed to make for him. What's this thing about me owing Orihime and Tatsuki a date? What? You told me to be you and I thought you would agree. Kon said in his defense. Two hot chicks together at once, what straight man would say no? He said in an overdramatic fashion. A busy soul reaper, that's who. He growled. What's this? Exclaimed Isshin and Yuzu, who heard him from downstairs. My son has a date with two girls at the same time. Oh Masaki my love. Our boy is becoming a fine man. Who are your girlfriends Ichi-ni? Yuzu gazed at her brother. Is it Tatsuki and Orihime? She met Orihime a few times and they got along while Tatsuki came to the clinic quite a few times when she started Hakuta training. Karen. Ichigo's got a date. With two girls. Didn't peg you for a womanizer Ichi-ni. Karen said. I don't have any dates and I'm not a womanizer. Ichigo yelled in his defense. If you don't want it, I'll go. Kon said. You are not going anywhere near them. Ichigo roared at the lion. Do you hate them? No. He yelled, insulted. Do you want them to think that? No. He said, more subdued. So you'll go with them? Kon confirmed. Yes. Ichigo said, feeling defeated in a way. Good. It's official. Kon said with Isshin ending the group chat on Ichigo's phone. It was then that he realized that he could have talked to them and declined the invite gently like a proper man. Kon. He growled, more mad at being tricked than anything else. Relax, I'll probably never do anything ever again and be replaced by a much more interesting character who is way more upbeat than me and would be a great contrast for you. The Date and the Foolish Exorcist. Karakura Hospital, June 17. 6 years ago she almost died for him. 6 years ago, he learned about his potential. 6 years ago, he swore to destroy the Quincy King with his own two hands. 6 years since she last opened her eyes. 6 years since he last heard her voice. 6 years since she fell into a dreamless sleep, hanging on to life by a thread. These were the thoughts of two sons in particular, visiting their mothers in a specially made room of the hospital. The one day that their teacher would permit them to skip school, if only for a scarce few hours. For the simple pleasures of comfort they could find. A trace of a smile or a slight grip of the hand, letting the sons know that they are still alive. Anything real than the constant beeps and air blowing of the machines they were connected to. 6 years Ichigo. Yuryu said to his cousin, overlooking his own sleeping mother. The effects of time and atrophy being waylaid by a device Urahara made to keep their bodies active enough while unconscious. Both Kane and Masaki looked virtually the same as when they fell asleep so long ago. Only 2 years left, and we still have this Aizen fellow to be wary of. I know Yuryu. He told his cousin. Aizen is after whatever Urahara made and he claims to have hidden it in a safe place. Chances are Aizen will be a concern before Yuha Bak, in which case I can hopefully get the help of the Godai 13. It was a long shot, but they all decided to choose when a ready threat was presented to show the Captain Commander the whole issue. Right. I just think we should step up our training. Yuryu was doing his father's training to the letter, but he was yet unable to join Ichigo on the front just yet. Urahara was fixing up new equipment for him to use in order to exorcise the hollows instead of outright destroying them. Unfortunately, this was actually a difficult process that Urahara was all too eager to make possible. As one of the few real challenges he's faced, he had to split his time between training his students and preparing Yuryu's upgraded equipment. We can't bring overly unwanted attention to ourselves, Yuryu. We're already pushing it as it is. Rukia told him that she was reaching the time limit of how long she could be in the living world, and no matter what she tells Soul Society, they would come investigate. Best to prolong that as much as possible. Let's keep as we are until necessary. That's time, boys. They heard a stern voice tell them. They turned back to see their fathers, Ryukin and Isshin, waiting for them. You two should get to school, Isshin said as he walked into the room. And Yuryu, Ryukin said, catching his son before he left. I'll push you when you are ready. He assured his son, letting him know he should have more faith in his father and allies as well as himself. Understood, he said before the cousins left to attend their final classes. So I heard you have a date. Or is it dates? He said, trying to put up the image of an average teen in spite of reality and his own apathy. I think it counts as dates. Ichigo groaned, still somewhat annoyed that he was forced into this situation. He had nothing against Orihime or Tatsuki, but he would have preferred to face them personally. This would give a blow to his image, but he also couldn't afford any distractions for when the battles come. As such, he confronted them again and accepted the date like a man and of his own volition. He just wished that it wasn't to some hack spiritualist medium. He also hoped his teachers won't find out, but he was a realist in that regard. As if his dad clamoring for his new daughters and grandkids wasn't bad enough. Urahara Shoten. Ichigo, cried his dark-skinned martial arts master. Why? I thought we raised you better than this. You should have 5 girlfriends at least. He was doing everything he could to ignore Yoruchi while Tensai was finally teaching him the 90+ level Bakudo spells. Now Yoruchi, we can only teach him so much. Urahara tried to calm his old friend. Ichigo's still just an innocent kid, we can't expect him to be an instant playboy. He whipped out his fan. But he is well on his way to that, isn't he? The two friends laughed as Ichigo failed an incantation, distracted by his teacher's antics. Well, I could give that final push, the mischievous cat said as she pulled her student's hand to her BRSTS. What do you say, Ichigo? She sang seductively into his ear. Shall I teach you the pleasures of a woman? This time the spell exploded and pinned Ichigo's hand in place while tying everyone else up. Tensai growled. Ichigo, you can't allow distractions to affect you like this. He scolded his student as they freed themselves from the botched Bakudo. Maybe you should sleep with Yoruchi, if only to help your concentration. He suggested casually, making Ichigo turn redder than his namesake. I'm in. She cheered, already starting to pull off her top while Kisuke went to get a camera. Don't I get a say in this? Ichigo cried, backing out of the store slowly. Never. I called on your first a while ago. She yelled, looking at him hungrily. What purpose does this serve? Ichigo asked. Stupid slapstick, Kisuke said while he set up the camera with Tensai holding a reflector board, with Jinta and Yururu behind Ichigo with rope and tape. Fortunately, Ichigo was prepared. Bakudo number 21, Senkienten. He yelled while pushing off the ground and into the vacant lot, shielded in a massive cloud of red smoke. Get back here. Yoruchi yelled as she managed to find and tackle her quarry, only to see him fade. She was positive she managed to grab him, but it turned out to be an illusion. She wasn't sure whether to feel pride or annoyance. He was progressing splendidly, but it was rare for anything to escape her. Nice job, Ichigo, she complimented. But that certainly wasn't at Sasimi, so how did you do that? Kurosaki Clinic. What did you do to yourself, Ichini? Yuzu cried while applying her healing Kido with Rukia's to heal her brother's legs. I pushed myself too hard with an experimental move. It was a mix of his Hirenkyaku with Shunpa and that skill his Hollow Zangetsu called, Sonido. The result was an overexerted body with most of his muscles torn from the pressure and friction. He almost fully recovered from the attempt and could get back to the important matters, his upcoming date. This is your first date, Ichini. You need to impress, stated Yuzu firmly as herself, Karen, and Rukia rummaged through his clothes to find a proper outfit. He's going to watch a hack, he can go normal. Karen retorted, knowing that Tatsuki wouldn't really care. And you're here because? He asked Rukia, who proceeded to put chappy bunny ears on him. For my own entertainment. Ichigo responded by throwing her out of his room. His sisters ended up with getting Ichigo a casual get-up after a few arguments. Remember Ichi and I. You have to join the fun to enjoy it. Yuzu told her stubborn brother before crossing her arms over her chest and laughing. Boha ha ha ha. Ichigo looked over to Karen for help, but she could only shrug. Now you. No. Ichigo. It's your responsibility to make sure they enjoy it. She scolded, pouting at her older brother. We also want you to have fun too, Ichi. Karen said, sitting next to her brother. You should take some time off. Relax. We just want to see you happy. She leaned against him while Yuzu was giving him puppy eyes. Ichigo sighed in annoyance that he made his little sisters worry so much, gesturing Yuzu to get closer before wrapping his arms around the twins. Fine. I'll take it easy and have fun you too. He reassured his sisters. I'm supposed to worry about you too, not the other way around. He said, making the siblings giggle as they fell asleep in his comfortable embrace. Karakura's abandoned hospital that weekend. The place was filled with people, either to see the show or setting it up for the live broadcast. Ichigo found out that Orihime and Tatsuki knew about him being a Soul Reaper and what his training was for. They were now using this time to talk about whether this show had any validity to its name, Ghost Bust. So is there really a spirit here? Orihime asked, eating some candy they brought from Urahara's shop where they met. Feels like it. Ichigo said, feeling a familiar malice that was born from a hollow. Probably an earthbound spirit. One that's tied to a particular location. One of the stage crew got too close to the old building and angry screams filled the air, surprising Ichigo's dates but not himself. You can't tell until someone trespasses though. Orihime and Tatsuki were suddenly more glad that Ichigo decided to come, latching onto him for a sense of security and warmth. Don't worry, he's not a hollow. Not yet. He thought, looking at the man wrapped in chains, the hole in his chest almost opened. His cries of greed gaining no sympathy from the young Soul Reaper. Listen up everyone. The broadcast had begun. Hyping most everyone up for the show proper to begin. Here he is. The spirit medium of the new century. The messenger of hell. Don Kanonji. He yelled, bringing everyone's attention to the helicopter the supposed spiritualist jumped out of. The spirits are always with you. He cheered, free falling before using his parachute. The crowd roared in approval, while a scant few who could truly see the spirit remained silent. Urahara and Yoruichi silently came up behind their disciple to soothe the worries he might be having. Don't worry Ichigo. He said as carefree as ever, bringing the trio's attention to the exiled Soul Reapers. It takes a long time to become a hollow on one's own. I'd give him another 6 months, tops. He told Ichigo, making the substitute feel somewhat better. Until Orihime asked a very good question. Urahara-san. Is he supposed to be doing that? She asked worriedly, pointing at Don Kanonji who was stabbing his staff into the demi-hollow's chest, trying to force it open. All the experienced spiritually aware beings present let out a sigh of annoyance. No Inoue-san. He replied before pushing Ichigo's back with his cane, ejecting his student's soul. No he is not. Ichigo wasted no time rushing over to stop the man from making a terrible mistake. Maybe you should just go to an arcade next time. The shopkeeper suggested. Yeah. The girls agreed. Ichigo made it between the demi-hollow and the tan-skinned spiritualist and managed to throw them apart, surprising the audience. What's this? The announcer cried out. Don Kanonji was thrown back. What kind of spirit is this? Hey! The shaded man yelled out. What's the big idea? You're just a ghost. He was surprised, this had never happened to him before. All the spirits he exorcised before were all chained down, but this one was free of those chains. So you actually can see spirits? Ichigo said to the man. Tan-skinned, fanning dreads, rather thin mustache, and he dresses like a dorky superhero but without the spandex. Of course I can. He retorted. I'm the premier spiritualist of the new century. Then he came to a rather absurd conclusion of Ichigo being a fan despite being dead while the Soul Reaper chose to focus on the turning hollow. Unfortunately, he was too late. The damage was already done as the earthbound soul exploded. Don Kanonji announced his success. Ichigo kept on the lookout for when the hollow appeared. Not out of the woods yet, Kanonji. Ichigo told the faux exorcist, grabbing his attention before putting to the roof of the building. The hollow appeared as a humanoid frog of a sickly green color. With Tatsuki and Orihime. Yoruchi-sensei. Tatsuki asked her teacher, feeling a hollow's dark energy for the first time of her life. Ichigo will be all right. Right? Yoruchi looked down on her other disciple before breaking out a confident grin. Don't worry, Tatsuki. She said, wrapping an arm around the young girl's shoulders. A hollow like that is nothing for Ichigo. Have more faith like your friend here. Tatsuki looked over to Orihime and saw fear and unease, but not concern. Orihime could feel Ichigo would be all right. She was so embarrassed, she should have known Ichigo better than that. She watched her future boyfriend with renewed confidence and felt gutsy enough to cheer him on. Yeah. Kick that monster's butt. She yelled out, giving Orihime confidence to do the same. Go. Win. Orihime squealed. With Ichigo. The cheers of the fans give me strength to purge this evil before me. Kanonji yelled out proudly, causing more cheers as the hollow descended. Ichigo could only smirk as he heard his friends and family cheer for him instead. The hollow was swiftly descending on the two with Kanonji bravely challenging the monster while Ichigo stood off to the side a little, waiting for a chance. When the hollow came close enough to snap the foolish human in his jaws, Ichigo then delivered a spinning kick into the hollow's back. The result was a gaping hole in the building with Ichigo nailing his landing. Let me guess, Kanonji looked at the boy in amazement at his display of strength. You're not going to run no matter what I say, are you? The man looked at Ichigo in shock and disgust. Run? How can I run? Do you know what my ratings are? He said, loud enough for everyone to hear. 1 in every 4 households watch my show and most of those viewers are children. A silence washed over the crowd as they listened. That means I have to be brave. I have to show courage. I have to be a good role model. He lost his showman attitude and felt more like a person rather than a celebrity to the audience at that moment. Sure, I get scared, finding dark and malicious spirits like these. But if I run, what would that tell the kids? That there is no hope. I can't allow something like that. There was a pause of silence before the crowd roared in approval, seeing Don Kanonji in another, better light. More than just a fun program, but as someone who tries to bring smiles no matter what because it's right to do. That means your only fault here is ignorance. Ichigo said, keeping the exorcist's attention while the hollow made its way back to them. Hado number 1, show. He pointed at the mindless hungry beast and shot a pulse of force at the creature, sending him to the back of the hospital again. And collapsing the front gate in the process. Really need to work on that. Come on, there's something you need to see. He told the spiritualist as he blasted the rubble away with another show. Very well. He said, recognizing that whatever this boy was going to show him was for his eyes only. They entered the abandoned, decrepit hospital, searching for the monster that was their prey. Ichigo unsheathed his Zanpakuto and took a few experimental swings. DMN. It's too cramped in here. He realized before gripping Zangetsu with both hands. I guess now's a good a time as any. His blade began to glow as he started to focus on his Ryatsu and blade. Everything all right, partner? Kanonji asked, feeling a camaraderie with the youth. He gaped in amazement as Ichigo managed to turn his massive blade into a pair of katana, one in each hand. He twirled the blades in hand to get a feel for the new style he put upon himself. Amazing. What is this boy? He could only think to himself as his world began to expand with every moment he was with Ichigo. He's coming. Ichigo yelled as the wall burst out with the hollow charging at them. Kanonji closed in and caught the hollow's mouth open with his staff. Ichigo quickly got into its space and made 2 swift slashes, severing the hollow's limbs. The monster roared out in agony as it collapsed, having no support to keep it upright. The beast lay before the two, helpless as Ichigo made the final blow through the hollow's mask, ending its cries and struggles. Great job, partner. Kanonji cheered, celebrating what he felt was a hard-won victory. Ichigo did not allow for this man to live in his ignorance anymore. Don't celebrate, Kanonji. Ichigo said, pointing at the disintegrating hollow. The form of the monster dissipated, revealing the broken man inside. Wait. The exorcist said brokenly. He was. I thought I. He was stunned, feeling everything he thought he knew crumble around him. Hollows. Ichigo said. Corrupted souls of those that lost their hearts, had their chains that kept them peaceful removed. Kanonji gasped in shock, remembering every time he believed he purified a lost or bad spirit, breaking chains he thought were their torment. He's made monsters out of innocence. What have I been doing? He asked, not to Ichigo but to himself. Tears flowing from his eyes as his unintentional crimes came down on his shoulders. You've been acting out of ignorance. Ichigo said, making the near-broken man look back at the true exorcist. I don't blame you for your actions. You never knew nor had a chance to know. You wanted to be a hero so you became one. How can I still be a hero? He demanded. How can I possibly call myself that now? Ichigo shrugged and brought them both back to the cheering crowd, hailing their hero Don Kanonji. I say keep doing what you've been doing. Ichigo snatched a pen and paper and began to write. Only now, you do it right. He gave the spiritualist the note with his quirky teacher's address. Go to this man before attempting anything like this again. He'll help you on your road of redemption. He gave the man one last smile before disappearing in a burst of speed back to his own body. Kanonji looked down at his note and felt himself change into a new man. Boha ha ha ha. He laughed out, cherishing the crowd's roars of approval. Thank you, boy. He thought while announcing his full triumph. You've shown me what I really need to do. I won't let you down, my friend. A few days later. You still put too much energy into it. Scolded Tensai as Ichigo finished up his training with the Kido masters. I almost shudder to think what might happen if you go all out. He's right, Ichigo. Kisuke drawled as he rose from his nap. You want to make allies of the Soul Reapers, not kill them. You need to be able to hold back more. The building stayed up, didn't it? Ichigo shot back at his teachers, referencing the abandoned hospital from earlier. No, it collapsed after Tensai and I stopped keeping it upright. The resulting shockwaves from his Heido did so much structural damage the building was going to fall apart with him inside. Ryukin was quick to purchase the land and start another project there. Anyway, don't you have another date with Arisawa-san and Inoue-san? Kisuke teased as Ichigo ran out the door, passing a man in a trench coat who entered the store. Kisuke smiled at who would become another regular at his store. So, how can I help you? Don Kanonji. The archer returns. Some time later. After the events at the abandoned hospital, the show, Ghost Bust, made some changes to the methods made in sending the spirits to the afterlife. The very same changes and the statements he made had turned Don Kanonji into the #1 TV star in the entire nation, and he never forgot the lessons Ichigo had taught him. Tatsuki and Orihime demanded a redo on that date Ichigo had agreed on as well and went to the arcade. Tatsuki, feeling bold, imposed a challenge that whoever won in the games they played gets a kiss from the person of their choice. Ichigo never won once, whether by choice or being bad at games. He left his girls feeling very giddy. Things did get brighter for him after winning them a tiger and lion plushie as a group of punks tried to pick up his dates. His home clinic got a few more customers after that. The falling hours were coming fast and Ichigo, being the gentleman he was, escorted his ladies to their homes. Thanks for Ichi-kun, Ichigo. Orihime cheered, holding her stuffed lion. Ichigo won for her, as he and Tatsuki told her good night in front of her apartment. No problem, he said, less enthusiastically. I'm sure my reputation can recover after this. I just hope you had a good time. She responded by leaning in next to him and planting a swift kiss on his cheek. I really did. She smiled before walking toward her brother, who was smiling at Ichigo and shooting him a thumbs up. In his mind, as long as it made Orihime happy, then so was he. He knew Ichigo and Tatsuki personally and had faith in the two. Ichigo weakly responded, still a little unsure about his feelings in all this. He was supposed to prepare for a coming war, and polygamy was kind of frowned on in the present day. The cheers from Zangetsu, Urahara, and his father didn't help manners in the slightest. Now how about the brave protector escorts their date home? Tatsuki teased, latching onto Ichigo's free arm and grinning the whole time. Am I protecting you or the other way around? He joked, as they proceeded to head for Tatsuki's house. They spent the time in silence, reflecting on the day and their activities. He liked Orihime because she was so upbeat and happy. She made him happy because her attitude was so infectious. Tatsuki just understood Ichigo on that guy level. She was active while Orihime was passive. A good contrast, and would probably work wonders if he needed a shoulder to lean on or a much-needed kick in his butt. He may not like the idea of being a player, but he also knew they weren't giving him the option either. Ichigo? Tatsuki asked after walking for a while. Why didn't you tell me before? She felt hurt. Ichigo used to talk to her about everything, but she had to find out about him being a soul reaper. About him preparing for a war since he was a child. How could he not talk to her about that? Wasn't she his sparring partner with Chad? Wasn't she his childhood friend? Did all that mean nothing? This doesn't concern you, Tatsuki, he said solemnly. You're a normal girl, you should worry about normal things. I do, she countered. I worry about my friends and want to help. She glared at him as he avoided looking at her. Does Chad know? Ichigo remained silent for a bit. Yes. She pushed him away. And slapped him. What makes him so special? She was developing tears. He gets to know the big secrets, but I can't. Ichigo wasn't looking at her. He didn't want to hurt his oldest friend. What about that study partner of yours? Does Yuryu know? His silence was all the answer she needed. Why? Because you're powerless, he said. Told her. Chad can shoot off blasts of rapier like a cannon. Yuryu is from a long line of people that specialized in fighting hollows. He grabbed her by the shoulders and looked deep into her eyes. You have been learning the same martial arts that I have, but you're not fast enough to keep yourself safe, strong enough to overpower these opponents, and most importantly, he held her to his chest, tightly. I would never forgive myself if something happened to you. Tatsuki just stood there, trapped in his arms, feeling his worry. She relaxed after a bit. It's not fair. She wrapped her arms around him in a more comforting manner. When did I become the one that needed protecting? They stayed like that for close to an hour before finally separating. They parted ways after that. Tatsuki to her home, Ichigo to just wander about. He felt terrible telling Tatsuki she was powerless, that she couldn't help him. But he also knew it was true in his other life. She was more of a liability. Charging into fights she would not be able to win. That really was mean of you to say. He heard a soft mewl coming from his female mentor, in human form for now. She does want to help you. She's not like Chad or Yuryu or even my sisters. He responded, a little despondent after the talk with his oldest friend. She doesn't have any power, or if she does then they would have manifested by now. He said as he began his trek to his home, back to an overly curious father and sister while the other one retains a semblance of respect for privacy, a dutiful Shinigami that'll invade his privacy at the slightest hint of a hollow, and his empty bed. Don't be so sure, Ichigo. Yoruichi thought as Ichigo left. When a girl is determined, they're going to achieve their goals. As Tatsuki is not as powerless as you think. She grinned to herself, remembering the events of her last spar with her fiery disciple. How there was fire in her strikes. There are certainly more surprises for us down the road. She was thinking this while keeping her focus on her students, but I will have that, but Ichigo. Oh yes, I will. Soon Ichigo faded into the distance and she herself made her way back to the shop. Midday in an ally. It was the third time that week. He had exams, he tries to study, Rukia gets a call, they roll out, then nothing. No hollow, no soul reaper, just a lone soul. Now things were getting fishy. It was an unspoken rule between the cousins that they study by themselves during exam week in order to create a sense of competition in order to push the other. He never beat Yuryu in the top spot once. This time was no different aside from the constant interruptions because he doesn't want the guilt of Rukia dying because she still hasn't recovered enough of her powers. Now here they were, on another wild goose chase with no hollow to fight and a pathetically annoying soul. Once was strange, twice was a coincidence, third time's a pattern. While Rukia was fiddling with her receiver, Ichigo went to get answers. His first clue was a erasure trace in the area that felt vaguely familiar. Hey! Spirit! He yelled at the overweight doe-sized middle-aged spirit of a man missing a chunk of his side. What happened here? What did you see? He demanded roughly. He was squeaking out, still terrified from the near-second death experience before crying out, thank you. He leapt toward Ichigo with tears streaming down his face. I was so scared I almost peed myself. His cries were met with a crushing stomp on the back of his head as Ichigo tried to emphasize his irritation. What? Did you see? He punctuated with grinds on the fat schmuck's head. I was so scared, I had my eyes shut the whole time. He whimpered out after Rukia pulled Ichigo off of him. After he said that, Rukia wanted to stomp the miserable soul from existence. Ichigo had another question for his theory. If he was right, then he might have some choice words with a certain relative. Did you hear anything? He surprised both Spirit and Rukia by the oddity of the question. Anything like a whistling sound? Rukia looked at the teen in confusion while the spirit actually seemed to remember something. Yeah. The spirit said tentatively. Yeah, there was a whistle. After that the monster disappeared. There were only so many people in Karakura that could fit the description, and a quick glance to a building's roof gave him all the answers he needed. Ichigo, Rukia asked her scowling teammate, what is it? Ichigo's response was to swiftly perform the kanso on the unsuspecting soul before heading home. Nothing important. I have to study for exams, so leave me alone. He growled, trying to make it seem like he was more in a bad mood because of the waste of time and not anything else. After what happened to Soken, he wasn't too trusting of soul reapers when it came to his other side. After exams week. Ah! Finally! Kigo cried out as he slumped over his desk, a long week of tests and exams finally over. I'm dead. You certainly look it. Mizuiro quipped, looking just as terrible himself. These exams are important if you want to get anywhere in life after high school. Ichigo told them, darkly remembering Ryukin lecturing the boys after one mishap on a test. He vowed to never relive that nightmare. That's easy for you to say. Kigo whined with comical tears running down his face while pointing at him accusingly. You study all the time, you nerd. He wasn't exactly wrong, he does study a lot, and that was his excuse when is needed to make a getaway from Kigo when he trains his power. Why don't you help me study, buddy? He cried out, flinging himself at Ichigo, who punched him the face. Study on your own, you idiot. He growled out. High school was especially rough on him. People picked fights with him, most of his teachers stigmatized him, even with good grades they just seemed to hate him. The only reason it's known that his does good in school is because his teacher Oki-sensei doesn't discriminate and congratulates him on his schoolwork in front of everyone as she did with everyone. It did help his image a little, but some teachers still hated his reputation and attitude. Now where is he? He asked himself. As he entered the hall, all the students in his grade gathering around a bulletin to see their ranking. Third in the class. Good job, Orihime. He heard Tatsuki say, patting her friend on the head and making her giggle. Tatsuki saw Ichigo coming up before turning away, either in anger or shame, he did not know. Orihime turned to see their mutual crush before pouting angrily at him. She took Tatsuki by the arm and walked away, surprising everyone. I don't think I've ever seen Orihime angry before. The common students began gossiping about what could possibly have upset the normally bubbly girl they all know and loved. Ichigo felt terrible, all those feelings from that night rushing back at him in full force. So far no one was blaming him, so the knowledge of them dating probably didn't get out. Or Chad did something to quell the talks. At the moment, not his problem. He took the time to look at the class ranking, where he was 5th in the grade. Ryukin made the requirement for the cousins to be in the top 10 if they wanted their Quincy training. It was a good motivator. He glared at one name in particular before finally sensing him. He gave a quick glance to Chad, who seemed to understand what he wanted, before slinking off to meet the Quincy. On the rooftop. DMN it. The bespectacled teen cursed. It wasn't his grades he was angry about, nor any mishaps in his sewing. The object of his ire were the 2 small crosses in his hand. One silver while the other was black, but both had a skull insignia. These were the new Quincy crosses, created by Urahara to exorcise the hollows instead of destroying the souls outright. With them he could do as the Quincy, as his grandfather wanted. There was just one problem. I know he said it would require more fine control, but this is ridiculous. The new bows took his own Ryatsu as well as the ambient ratio around them to work. He was not used to the method and was training it as much as he could. Why was he angry? Yuryu. He forgot to tell his cousin and he dropped a few places while he himself was in 2nd place for the grade. Something you forget to tell me, cousin? Ichigo growled at his dark-haired relative, neither dropping their glare at the other. Unfortunately, yes. He said before tossing his cousin the black cross. Urahara finally finished my gear and I had to test mine out. Ichigo caught the cross with ease before examining it for himself. It needs you to draw on your own Ryatsu and the surrounding ratio to function. Pushing and pulling as he said. Ichigo slipped his new cross on his wrist before focusing. He managed to get a cloud of Ryatsu perpendicular to his hand before letting it dissipate. Yikes! Ichigo panted as the effort pushed him mentally. That is rough. This was going to require remastering Quincy arts all over again. So if you have the ability, why didn't you reveal yourself to Rukia? Yuryu readjusted his glasses, having the light mask his eyes. That's because. There was a pause between the two. I couldn't think of a cool entrance. He said dramatically, trying to make it sound more impressive than it was. Ichigo's response was to give his cousin a violent noogie. My rank dropped 3 places because of this Shinigami crap. He growled while Yuryu tried to escape his torture. I didn't need these pointless chases if there wasn't a hollow. Oh. I'm sorry. He tried to plead for forgiveness. He was still grateful for his cousin. If it wasn't for him, he'd probably be an antisocial loner. Ichigo stopped when they sensed another hollow. Let me. Yuryu suggested after Ichigo let him go. Is Kuchiki-san going to be a problem here? He asked, walking to an opening in the fence as a hollow appeared in the distance. Chad should be keeping her busy. Ichigo answered as Yuryu summoned his new spirit bow. It had a black body with a bright blue aura. Should be fine then. Yuryu said as he took aim. It was a millipede-like hollow, searching around for a meal. He shot a flying black arrow straight through the neck of the monster and making it disintegrate, particles flying into the air as it faded. Kisuke did a fine job with that. Ichigo said, more impressed with Kisuke than his cousin for a skill he already had. Yeah, but I can't make a solid bow anymore. Yuryu informed as he shook his hand. It's going to take forever to get to that level again. You can worry about that after meeting Rukia. Ichigo said, getting ready to leave. Tonight. Just appear out of the shadows or something. He left his cousin alone. Tonight, huh? He said, thinking back on their cover story. It wasn't exactly wrong, but he also didn't want to lie about his family connection either. Later that night in some random street. Again. Rukia growled as they ended up with another order but no hollow to show for it again. Is this thing busted? She looked at her soul pager in anger, trying to figure it out. Ichigo remained silent as he dragged his body out and went back inside, patiently waiting for the Quincy to arrive. And why are you so quiet about this? She yelled at her partner accusingly. You were so mad earlier, so why are you silent now? Impatient, isn't she? Yuryu stated, coming out of the shadows finally. He wore a form-fitting white uniform that seemed like a mix between Chinese origin and Catholic robes. How unprofessional of a soul reaper. He stopped before the two. Good evening. Ichigo. Kuchiki-san. Rukia was about to ask before Ichigo spoke first. Yuryu Ishida. Speaking coldly to his cousin, trying to match his tone. They both sensed another hollow and Yuryu quickly dispatched it while Rukia responded to her pager. Just as quickly as it appeared, it was dead. Rukia was watching the Quincy in shock, wondering what new development this was. You see Kuchiki-san. I am Dash, he was about to tell her before Ichigo got behind him and pulled his outer robe over his head and tied it shut, trapping both the Quincy's arms. His name's Yuryu Ishida. Ichigo told Rukia while his cousin struggled to free himself. Like Chad, he's also an empowered human. He's a Quincy. Yuryu finally freed himself of his confinements and glared at the hybrid. I thought you said I could make an entrance. He growled through his teeth. And you did. Ichigo affirmed. I never said I wouldn't ruin it. Payback for not telling me earlier. Why weren't you paying attention? I had tests to study for. The two bickered while Rukia was looking completely lost. Excuse me. She yelled before the two teens could start exchanging blows. Can I get an explanation? Sure. Ichigo said. We met when we were kids. We trained together for years. Yuryu continued. We promised to fight together. We've been close ever since. Aside from the occasional slip-ups. They finished together before attempting to return to their childish squabble. Rukia still had questions. But, what's a Quincy? She asked the boys. What do we look like? Ichigo scoffed. Your personal encyclopedia. Yuryu said condescendingly. Ichigo then began talking about the irritations he's dealt with since Rukia showed up in his life, making his cousin sympathize. Shortly after that, Yuryu and Ryukin were invited to dinner after Yuzu called Ichigo asking if he was going to have dinner. The rest of the day passed by without Rukia getting any answers from the two, leaving her one choice. The next day at Urahara's shop. The Quincy and the Ishidas Tessai was setting out the tea for the three of them as Rukia tried to get information. Ichigo isn't telling you. Urahara teased the noble. Yes. She responded, taking a sip of her tea. He said he'd be my partner, but he wouldn't say anything about them other than he and Ishida were friends. Not surprising. The Shinigami let Yuryu's grandfather die years ago. He said, surprising Rukia. The Quincy were a clan of spiritually aware humans who specialized in destroying Hollow's complete destruction, not cleansing them at all. Rukia paid rapt attention to the former captain as he explained a lost history most did not know. The Shinigami tried to convince them to leave the business of hollows to them, but the Quincy refused and they had to be all but wiped out. The Quincy threatened the balance of souls that the Soul Reapers worked to maintain, and they did this massacre as a last resort about 200 years ago. The survivors tried to live in peace while some still advocated an alliance of sorts. Soken Ishida was the last Quincy elder to support that idea. Through Yuryu and Ichigo, however, that dream could become reality. He told his favored customer about the new Quincy devices he augmented to allow the Quincy to act as true allies to the Shinigami instead of a danger to the whole world. Ichigo was probably protecting his friend, waiting for you to see him in a better light. Rukia had to question what she knew about Soul Society again if such things happened. A kind innocent man, who wanted nothing more than to help, left to die because of the inaction of the Soul Reapers. Refusing allies because of a grudge they tried to end. What was going on in her life? This is all so strange. She whispered, shaking from all the weariness. You're a new Soul Reaper, just out of the academy. Urahara told the petite girl. This is heavy, classified stuff. Just then, Rukia's pager went off. She picked it up and was frozen in terror. What is this? Karakura Hospital rooftop. Your dad was surprisingly lax about the test scores. Ichigo said to his cousin as they studied and practiced their archery skills. Yuryu was shooting the target bullseye while Ichigo was going over notes. They would switch after emptying the quiver. As long as we're in the top 10, he's fine with us. Yuryu said before shooting his intended target flawlessly again. Just as Yuryu prepared to make another shot, Ichigo felt something strange in the air. Barely a tenth of a second later they sensed a swarm of hollows appear in the city. Hundreds of them. Yuryu, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Despite my best wishes, I unfortunately am. The air was soon filled with hundreds of ghostly roars, crying out in hunger. Fighting together. Karakura Hospital rooftop. It was like something from a nightmare. Every passing second brought more and more of those mindless beasts. Tens turned to hundreds and hundreds to thousands as they continued to pour through holes in dimensional space, driven by their hunger to seek and devour. From partially humanoid to completely beastly and monstrous, each wearing masks that one would see in nightmares. The cousins could only stare in horror as they descended on the city. As they finally began to register what was happening, they began to panic. Oh God! Ichigo managed to finally speak. Yuzu. Karen. His worry immediately going to his sisters, still young, still fresh, still weak. An appetizing treat for a hungry hollow should one find them. We have to go get them. He was about to run off before Yuryu held him back. Ichigo. He yelled out, barely restraining himself from rushing off to save the twins. I'm just as worried about them as you are, but you have to stay calm. Always the thinker, always the planner, always looking out for his hot-headed brother in arms. You are still in your human body, and unless you can control your bow immaculately, you can only use Kido, and those incantations take quite some time. Where is Rukia? They had to get him in spirit form and fast. He was stronger then, more powerful. Ichigo took a few deep breaths to calm himself and to focus on his wayward partner. She just left Urahara's, he said as he noticed her speed, and she's already in spirit form. They sighed in frustration. They had to ensure that Ichigo's body was safe and Urahara's shop was quite the distance away. Time was not on their side at all. What's really bothering me is who used the hollow bait. This surprised Yuryu as both he and his father disposed of all the hollow bait they had years ago. Did Aizen get the formula, or was the Vandenrake making a move? Our enemies are probably trying to test us. See how strong we are. He hypothesized. Which means we can't afford to go all out. But this still exposes us. Ichigo said as he remembered a few others. Chad and Rukia can handle themselves, cons with Karen and Yuzu, and I can only hope they'll ignore Tatsuki and Orihime. He had faith in his allies in battle, and Kon was designed to bodyguard the girls in that body, but Orihime and Tatsuki had greater Ryatsu than most people, so there was still a chance they could be targeted. The two warriors felt trapped. No matter what, there was loss on their end. Trying to figure out the best plan left the boys paralyzed. This was their first real battle. Not some random weak and stupid hollows that are spread apart, but a veritable army coming against them. They realized that all the training they did nothing to account for the very real fact that they might fail this day. Standing around moping is not going to help anyone. A familiar firm and deep voice. The boys turned to see their Quincy teacher stride out to join the boys in witnessing the terror before them. Yes, if you fight you will give your enemies the chance to study you, to learn your strengths and weaknesses, he said, voicing one side of their dilemma. However, you can just stand back and let this carnage happen, he said, as fact. Not possibility, fact. Doing so will keep you both under the radar for some more time. But such an act will lead to many injuries and death to the living and the dead. He readjusted his glasses as his two students turned to face him. None of us trained you to second-guess yourselves. Yes, your enemies will learn valuable information on you, but this will teach you something about yourselves as well. He glared at the boys, making them feel the weight of the next decision they would have to make. Will you be cowards? Or will you fight? Neither team moved for seconds that passed like hours. Suddenly the two threw themselves over the side of the building, skating away on a flow of erasure. He smiled in satisfaction. Those two will be your downfall, Yawatch, he thought as they disappeared. They've gotten much faster. He turned and began preparations for the influx of new patients he would be having. With Yuryu and Ichigo. So what's the plan you're going for? Yuryu asked as he followed his cousin, flying through the air on the flow beneath their feet. Ichigo had general ideas, Yuryu did the fine-tuning. We're heading to Karen and Yuzu, Ichigo replied as they skirted past some hollows, occasionally striking out with fists or small-scale Kido. Kon's current body is strong, but mine is better. He'll take them and my body back home so we can focus on the fighting. Ichigo felt his phone vibrating in his pocket, despite the pressure and friction pressing on him. He looked at the screen, slowing down only slightly to prevent destroying the small device. It had only one message from Kisuke. Level 1 restraints, lifted. Ichigo was just given permission to use higher-level Kido and attacks. He knew just the set to use for this. With Chad in the market district. This isn't good. The muscle-bound giant thought as he sensed all the hollows pour in like rain in a storm. Despite the coming battles he would face, Chad remained very calm about his situation. Ichigo and Yuryu are already on the move. If I had to guess, they're going to Yuzu and Karen. He guessed, knowing his best friend's protective brotherly instinct would push in to defend his precious sisters and Yuryu would watch his back. Guess it's up to me then, he decided as a group of hollows surrounded him. What a tasty-looking soul you are, he heard them speak amongst themselves. A large pale purple one with a mask like swirling wind currents reached out, crush him in its massive hands. Sato grabbed onto the hollow's hand, turned, and threw it into one of its comrades around him. The explosion of dust and debris scared what remaining bystanders there were into running for their lives. While the hollows themselves tried to figure out what had happened, Chad jumped up to one of them with his empowered arm and smashed the beast's mask, killing it without a blast of erasure. You want me? He asked, glaring at the hollows as they managed to get back on their feet. Come and get me, he growled before turning and running away. The hollows just stared in confusion before Chad flared his Ryatsu, making them act on instinct to catch their prey. I have to get to a safe place to fight, he thought as he remembered what Yoruchi and Urahara told him. Your fists have a lot of power in them, Sato. He heard the voice of the shopkeeper repeat in his mind as he stopped running once he reached the empty park. Great heavy attacks, but you must be careful using it in the city. One of the hollows reached out to grab him and Chad caught its hands in his own before tearing its arms off and slamming his head into the hollow's mask, crushing it. All it takes is one mistake. Yoruichi's voice rang out in his ears as he fired a shot at another hollow, destroying its head. And you could cause great damage to a lot of innocent people. He jumped onto another hollow's beastly mask and jumped off with enough force to shatter the white bony structure. So you should learn to control the amount of power you put into it. He charged up his arm again, making it glow in bright light, before shooting his fist out rapidly, blasting out a rain of his rapier blasts like a machine gun. The ground beneath became littered in small craters and the dissolving bodies of hollows unfortunate enough to get caught in the blast. He landed on the ground just in time for more to show up, drawn in by his still flaring Ryatsu. Ichigo, I'll draw as many as I can to me. He thought to himself, possibly trying to send a message to his friend. Get to your sisters, then come here. I'll hold out till you show up. He charged at the next hollow, ready to continue the long fight ahead. Unaware of the growing tear in the sky. Back at Karakura High. Tatsuki was still thinking about what Ichigo said to her. She was a normal girl. She was always more into guy things, standing out from the girly girls but never fully one of the guys. Compared to Ichigo, her boyfriend she's sharing with Orihime, she's normal. A normal human with nothing to prove otherwise than seeing spirits. Sure, she was stronger, faster, and more skilled, but only because she was being taught by Yoruichi. She wanted to prove him wrong, that she's not some helpless girl. But how? Tatsuki. Breaks over. She heard a voice yell out inside of the karate club's room, telling her to return for her next match. She wanted to help him, help carry that burden he put on himself, but she remembered how she felt seeing her first hollow. She was afraid, frozen with unease. She put on a brave face with Ichigo because she refused to let him see her as weak. That same feeling she had now. Tatsuki. She turned to see Orihime, still around after her own club activities finished. After their date with Ichigo, they had a private talk over the phone and she told her about what happened with Ichigo. Orihime had that way with people, she could tell when something was wrong and no one could hide it from her. That was also the first time she ever seemed mad at anyone. She never raised her voice and never said a mean thing, until that day. What is it, Orihime? She asked her oldest friend before they heard glass breaking. They rushed to find the source, but there was nothing. Just broken glass and people arguing. They and a classmate named Chizuru ended up being the ones that had to clean up the mess. She kept complaining about having to help clean, while Tatsuki and Orihime couldn't shake off the unease they were feeling. Why do I have to help? The perverted lesbian whined while she and Tatsuki swept up the dangerous shards of broken glass that littered the area. She received no response as Orihime was watching the sky tear and Tatsuki was on guard. What is up with you two? Again nothing. Tatsuki. If Orihime keeps spacing out, I'm going to give her a nice rubdown. She teased, knowing she'd react furiously to keep her from Orihime. Chizuru. Tatsuki said as she got up, looking toward the open field. Why are you here? She had to get Chizuru and Orihime out of there. Why don't you and Orihime leave early? She tried, but the monster was impatient. There was an explosion of dust as it dropped down before them. A spider's body with large crab claws and a snarling mask was the beast's appearance. Orihime, run! Tatsuki yelled out as she grabbed Chizuru and bolted. They managed to get Chizuru through the door and into relative safety, but the hollow shot out a mass of webs and barricaded the door, trapping Orihime and Tatsuki alone with the hungry monster. All unaware of the more dangerous creature watching them. Tatsuki. Orihime was terrified. Here they were, face to face with monsters people have trained for years to decades to prepare to fight these monsters. Ichigo was already fighting them and treated the beasts as an annoyance. What should we do? All Tatsuki could think of at that moment was how right Ichigo was. She saw Chad's arm and she watched Yuryu and she knew Ichigo's power. She had none of these. She kept hearing Ichigo's voice in her head, saying those words she hated. "You're a normal girl. You're powerless." Over and over like a mantra chant of insanity. Not fast enough. Not strong enough. Fear became doubt, doubt in herself and her abilities. But doubt gave way to annoyance and annoyance gave way to anger. She growled as she clenched her fist, nails digging into her skin and drawing blood. Normal. Powerless. She shot herself forward like a bullet, charging headfirst at the monster that was set on eating them. "Shut up." She growled in response, narrowly dodging a swipe from the Hollow's claws. "Shut up." She slammed her fist into the Hollow's mask. "Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up." She kept punching away at the Hollow, Orihime screaming at Tatsuki to run away while the beast tried to understand what was happening. This was still a fairly fresh Hollow, not smart enough to recognize a growing threat as the girl continued to punch away at it, or was there something else about it? "Yes, I'm normal. I want to hang out with my friends, worry about my grades, and get a little lovey-dovey with my boyfriend." She raged, her knuckles bleeding from punching the Hollow's bony skull with no protection. "And yes, I'm powerless. I don't shoot things out of my hands like Chad and Yuryu." She felt a fire build up inside of her, something she felt after a brutal spar against her teacher, Yoruchi. "But She punched it again, cracking the mask. "I am not." Another punch, cracking it further. Helpless. She threw a final punch at the Hollow, covering it in a burst of fire. The air was filled with its sudden death cries as it dissolved into nothingness. Tatsuki. She couldn't hear Orihime's voice. She did it. By some miracle she actually did it. She killed a Hollow. Tatsuki. She wasn't naive enough to think that this meant she was anywhere near to equal foot to Ichigo, but this was a first step. Now she had to train it and survive the day. Tatsuki. She finally heard her ditzy friend call out her name. Tatsuki. Orihime wrapped her arms around her tired friend and began crying, letting go of all of her worry and relief. "Can you lighten up, Orihime?" Tatsuki groaned out, the rage and adrenaline seeping out of her as her exhaustion took over. "My arms are killing me." She didn't really care. Orihime was safe, they were safe. "Looks like I made the right decision." They heard a withered, vile voice speak out. "I felt that girl's strength and wanted to see if she was a threat." The two friends looked to see some strange tentacled Hollow, floating above them and watching them, hungrily. "Now that she's too tired to fight, this will be easy." The Hollow flared out her tendrils and shot things out of her forehead, breaking through the glass with ease. Seconds later Orihime and Tatsuki were surrounded by the other students, each one with a seed sticking out of their bodies. "Now die and feed me your souls," she screeched before laughing. Tatsuki could only glare at the Hollow in rage. "Orihime." She called out to her friend, getting between her and the Hollow as the zombified students closed in. "Run. I'll hold them off," she said, despite the feeling that she broke her hands. "Don't be crazy, Tatsuki." Orihime pleaded with her friend. "I can't just abandon you." "But you can't fight either, can you?" Tatsuki stated. She could feel Orihime's power for herself, and if anger brought out hers it might just help Orihime. "Just run. You'll only slow me down." Orihime was staring at Tatsuki in shock. Her best friend just said she's useless. Is this what she felt when Ichigo told her that? Is Tatsuki really going to push her away? That being said, I'm not sure how long I'll last. Tatsuki said as the possessed mob got closer and closer. Tatsuki. There was a yelling. They all looked up and saw the red-headed lesbian yelling out to them. "After you pass out, I'll teach Orihime all sorts of naughty things," she yelled out in a perverted tone. Tatsuki forgot about her immediate danger and vented her annoyance, throwing rocks and knocking out the zombies that got too close. That should do it. Good luck, you mannish freak. She whispered from behind her cover as Tatsuki kept throwing things. Chizuru. You keep your grubby hands off Orihime. You hear me? She yelled at the lesbian while the hollow was shocked that it was being ignored. Quit ignoring me. It howled as it pelted Tatsuki with her seeds, striking her in her thigh, shoulder, and stomach. You're supposed to be wallowing in fear and hopelessness. How dare you ruin my fun? It cried out indignantly. The question now is to how to make you pay for this. Tatsuki glared at the monster before her, filled with defiance to the creature. Why don't you strip naked and let these boys have their dash? The hollow was interrupted. Again as Tatsuki slammed her free fist into her shoulder, just below the sprout on her body. The result caused another blast of fire to pass through her and destroy the hollow seeds. She also broke her bones in the process, but she made her point. She refused to let that freak have its way. Like I told so many others. Tatsuki said, glaring at the hollow, making it worry. I will crush anyone who hurts my friends. Orihime watched her best friend and remembered each time Tatsuki helped her, how everyone else helped her when she couldn't help herself. She relied on her brother, she relied on Tatsuki, she relies on Ichigo, but no one relies on her. She doesn't have anything to offer her friends. She hates that, and she's sick of it. Well, maybe I want to protect you once in a while, Tatsuki. Everyone was now watching the Auburn princess stand up. I'm tired of always being protected. I'm tired of always having to hide behind you. How about I do the protecting for once? The hollow became livid. I said, stop ignoring me. It shot off more of its seeds before a flash and whirlwind appeared. By the time the dust settled, something cut through one of its tentacles and there was a glowing triangular shield. I'm talking to my friend. She growled, glaring at the monster that attacked them. Shut up, you disgusting freak. Tatsuki was surprised by the level of aggression Orihime showed. Earlier she was just passive with Ichigo, but this was something else. She could only stare at Orihime like she was a completely different person. Orihime turned back to fight her and was about to continue. Now I'm dash. Orihime, where did that shield come from? Tatsuki asked, directing Orihime's attention to the glowing barrier. There was a silent pause as Orihime seemed to finally notice it. Oh wow! She exclaimed in childlike wonder as the points separated and joined their flying siblings. What are they? How should I know? Tatsuki asked as the sprites flew around them. Of course you wouldn't know. One rough voice spoke rudely. We are Orihime's powers after all. A more gentle one said. A pale green sprite landed on her shoulder before revealing the small fairy girl inside. Hi Orihime. She cheered happily as the rest revealed themselves, each dressed in a variety of ways. Ah! Orihime cried out, realizing something. You're the Shun Rika. Aren't you? She remembered, a long time ago when a certain strawberry told her to make a wish on her precious present, she dreamed. In that dream, there was a field of flowers inhabited by 6 fairies. They told her they were watching over her, that they were with her, that they would protect her. Shun-o. I am. Tsubaki. Bagan. Lily. Hinajuku. She cheered, wanting to hold each one to her chest after not seeing them for so long. It's so good to see you all again. Tatsuki could only watch in confusion. Wait, if you were with Orihime all this time, then where were you? She asked the flying spirits. That's easy. Shun-o chirped, pointing at the now missing hairpins on Orihime's head. We manifest ourselves from her hairpins. There was another pause of silence as Tatsuki digested the information. No expressions changed in this time. So magic wish-granting hairpins? Tatsuki summarized from a long-past conversation. Yep. Wish-granting hairpins. Shun'o chirped. Orihime was ecstatic. Yay! Wish granting hairpins. She yelled, throwing her arms around her old friend. The hollow grew more and more furious. I will dash. Koten Zanshuan, I reject. Orihime said with a cheery smile that felt surprisingly dark as Tsubaki silently split the monster in half that his master was pointing at. She turned to the monster with that same dark smile as she said in a chillingly sweet tone. Don't ruin the moment. The hollow faded into nothingness shortly after. Tatsuki felt a newfound respect and fear for her friend. But mostly, she was glad that Orihime was safe, and now she could prove Ichigo wrong. She winced as the pain came back, which Orihime noticed. Soten kiss hun, I reject. She said, enveloping Tatsuki in a glowing shield and undoing the damage done. Now that's useful. Tatsuki admitted, testing her arms a little. She noticed Orihime pouting at her and she knew what the girl wanted. Tatsuki sighed with a smile. I'm sore dash, she couldn't say as Orihime immediately hugged her friend fiercely. Now I can help protect you. Orihime said, crying in joy a little. Tatsuki returned the hug in earnest. And we can both help Ichigo. If that's the way you feel then you should get moving. The girls heard a familiar voice yell out to them. They looked up to see Yoruchi walking toward the girls with a proud smile. You did good for your first time, but this is nothing for beginners like yourselves. She said pointing at the growing swarm as the hollows seemed to start converging on two places. If you really want to help, then drink these. She said before tossing the girls several water bottles. Those will help replenish your rature. And Tatsuki, here. She handed her student a pair of armored gauntlets. Those should help you with those thick skulls, and you should be able to shoot fireballs if Kisuke did everything right. The girls looked excited at the prospect of proving themselves to their boyfriend. Let's do this. They cheered before attempting to drink their own refreshments. But this isn't a game. Yoruchi said, gravely seriously. You have to be very careful out there. The girls looked at the noble with a sense of recognition of the danger they recently faced. If you slip, you could die, or get someone else hurt. Are you ready to risk that? She asked, making the girls question their resolve. They thought about how Ichigo must be out there, putting his life on the line to fight this infestation, and here they were, celebrating beating one hollow each. They swore to help Ichigo, and that's what they were going to do. They chugged their drinks fearlessly and felt themselves go back to 100%. Yoruchi smiled. Get to the park. We're watching your back. The girls ran off without another word. They should make things interesting. Someone said, finally making their presence known. Kisuke is already working on thinning the herd where he goes. And you guys? Yoruchi asked her companion. Staying under the radar. And helping where we can. He said, lazily. Ichigo has grown since the last time we've seen him. Maybe he can bring that Chad fella next time. We might be able to help him. He said as they continued to watch the gathering swarm and the growing tear in the sky. Back with Chad. He kept crushing skulls, blasting them to nothing, and overpowering dozens of hollows with no rest. The monsters only seemed to get stronger as more came up, and more intelligent. Chad was starting to feel the strain, the area around him was being torn apart by his blasts and the hollows' attacks. This is bad. He thought to himself, trying to reassess the situation. A hollow tried to swipe at him but he caught it and threw the corrupted soul around, smashing into other hollows before letting go, letting the force take them away. I'm getting closer and closer to my limit. A hollow with a bull mask charged at him, making Chad struggle against keeping the beast at bay. With a defiant roar, he headbutted the creature before slamming his empowered fist into its skull, wiping out several more hollows in the process. I could really use some help about now. He thought, as the horde showed no sign of decreasing. He was so focused on standing his ground, he did not notice the petite Shinigami's chant. Wrath of your claws. He heard the familiar voice and chant just in time to duck. Hado number 33. Sokatsui. Rukia yelled as a torrent of blue fire blasted from her hands, clearing a number of hollows. She, again, cursed her weakness. If Ichigo didn't drain her powers, she could use her Shirkai to help out tremendously. But she knew that would be insane in this situation. Where did all these hollows come from? They never did something like this before. Sado. You alright? She asked her ally. I'm grateful for the extra room to breath, Rukia. He said, getting up. Any idea what that tear in the sky is? He asked, punching another hollow into oblivion. If I had to guess. She grunted, dodging hollows swinging at her while she slashed them. I'm not sure I want to be right. Where's Ichigo? She asked. At his sister's school. Chad grunting, holding another monster at bay. He wants to make sure they're safe. He smashed the hollow's skull before slamming his foot on another one. Can he hurry up? She asked, cleaving through another hollow. There is nothing good beyond that tear. She yelled out as the duo kept the hollows at bay. Karen and Yuzu. The twins waited, huddled close together behind the protection of the barrier Yuzu acted between themselves and the hollows drawn to them. A barrier designed to keep hollows out, but others could pass through. Karen took this chance to help out their mod soul bodyguard with Hado blasts. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hado number 31. Shikaho. She yelled as a ball of red flames shot from her hand like a cannon, disintegrating another hollow while Kon continued to tear through the masses. He went through numerous modifications after he joined the Kurosaki family, particularly when it came to protecting the twins. Kon currently was a tall, lean, and ripped man-lion, with razor-sharp claws and strength to rival Chad's. The downside of this was that it only works when the girls were in immediate danger. Karen. Yuzu cried, trying to maintain the barrier as some hollows banged against it before being pushed back. Where's Ichi and I? Karen kept shooting off Kido blasts while trying to keep her sister calm. He'll be here. She yelled out, having full faith in her brother. Ichi and I promise to protect us, remember? She asked, trying to reassure herself as much as her sister. Suddenly she felt herself and her sister being pulled together as Kon seemed to grab them, just as he reverted back to that lion plushie. She locked eyes with Yuzu's in terror as a flash of glowing silver dropped in front of them directly at Kon's head. A silver rod strikes the five-fingered stone bed. Grits. They heard before being enveloped in darkness. They listened to the angered roars of the hollows before they heard the unmistakable tone of their protective brother. Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. Hado number 33. Sokatsui. They could feel the heat from Ichigo's Kido spell through the Quincy barrier only one other person could have done. The seal fell apart and before them stood the ones they were waiting for. Ichi and I. Yuryu and I. They twins cried as they ran to their brother and cousin. Ichigo knelt down to better hug his precious sisters while Yuryu opted for a reassuring pat on the head. All the while ignoring the scorched schoolyard behind them. You two did great to hold out for this long. Ichigo said, giving them a congratulatory smile with the intent of calming their nerves. But you should head home and let us handle the rest. Yuryu said as Ichigo extracted the soul pill to swallow. Now that he was in soul form, it was time to clear out the hollows. Kon, now in Ichigo's body, grabbed the girls and made his way for their home. You should have let Yuzu heal your hand a little. Ichigo said as Yuryu looked at his bleeding hand. The rate of the hollows were increasing and his new bow was more than a little taxing on him. You'll just have to pick up the slack then. Yuryu said while readjusting his glasses. Seems fitting since all you did was run while I covered you. Don't worry. Ichigo turned to his ally, One Eye Black and Gold. There will be no rest till they're all dead. He said before they disappeared in a burst of speed, their destination obvious. The empty park. The fight continued as the two defenders became more and more exhausted. Chad was breathing rather heavily with a few notable injuries on him, testing his endurance for the first time in a long time for the man. Rukia was faring no better as she did not have the same physical limit as her ally and her already weakened state wasn't leaving her too much room for error. The next wave was about to commence when they heard backup arrive. Koden Zanshuan I reject. Soten Kishun I reject. Orihime yelled out as her healing shield enveloped her two friends, fixing their injuries, while Tatsuki was riding on top of Tsubaki's shield. Once she got close enough she jumped off the black sprite and began shooting fireballs at various hollows, each one burning away the corrupted soul. After Tatsuki disembarked, Tsubaki continued his attack and cleaved through many hollows as well. Looks like we showed up just in time. Tatsuki said, standing to her full height after landing. Next to her allies. Orihime sat above them on her defensive shield and sitting in a meditative pose, trying to focus her energies on the battle. Here, drink these. They should replenish your rature. They gratefully took the drinks as the new arrivals held off the swarm for a bit. After consuming the potions, Chad fired multiple rapid blasts to the hollows while Rukia shot out more Kido spells. Then a sudden burst of blue flames erupted in the distance. Ichigo's coming. Chad said casually, greatly relieved that his friend is finally ready. TCH. It's about time. Tatsuki said, planning on giving her boyfriend the tongue lashing of a lifetime. Whether verbal or physical was up for debate. How long before he gets here? Rukia asked before being pushed to the ground by Sado. Hado #Okasen. She heard as a massive blast of yellow energy obliterated many of the hollows, removing their forces by half. They looked up to see Ichigo shrinking his Zanpakuto back to the normal large katana he usually wields, smoke coming off his blade from the Kido spell. Next to him was Yuryu, still bandaging up his hand. You guys alright? He asked, resting his blade on his shoulder. They seem fine, Ichigo. Yuryu said, preparing his bow for another onslaught. Though it seems you owe Arisawa-san and Inoue-san a couple of apologies. Ichigo noticed his girlfriends among the fighters. Guess I do. But before that, he lifted his blade and swung two arcs with energy blasting off the edge. We're going to kill every hollow here. He said before flaring his Ryatsu, making every hollow quiver in primal fear as an apex predator appeared before them. Before they could flee, a barrage of black arrows found their way into masks and bodies. Chad smirked and continued to fire multiple blasts from his fist to the densest groups of hollows. Tatsuki and Rukia swerved through the beasts, striking them down with sword swings and blasts of fire. Yuryu joined Orihime atop of her perch and struck down the beasts from a safe distance, and Ichigo cut down swaths of hollows down with every swing. That's when they finally noticed the tear finally opened, and with it the creature Rukia feared. The hollows sang a macabre song of praise to the titanic hollow coming. The Minos Grande. Ichigo. Yuryu asked his companion as the towering black hollow came forward with its freakish, long-nosed mask. Yeah. The hybrid responded, glaring at the behemoth. Where are the other soul reapers? The Quincy asked. Ichigo looked at Rukia, who looked at her cell and just shrugged. Apparently proving the Quincy's point about them being late. Ichigo surmised. That's disappointing. Yuryu said, walking toward the massive hollow. So, this is a Gillian. Biggest, dumbest, and weakest of the Minos Grande class. How droll. Ichigo said as he joined his cousin. You guys finish off the small fry. Ichigo shouted over his shoulder. We've got this. His friends were about to protest before hearing something like machine gun fire and the cracking of bones and skulls. Urahara's group had arrived. You heard him. The ex-captain said to the group. Let's get cracking. Closer to the Minos. So how should we do this? Ichigo asked his cousin as the Gillian devoured its surrounding hollows with a quick lash of its tongue. I can only think of one way. Ichigo looked at his cousin and saw a familiar glint in his eyes he hasn't seen for years. No. Ichigo quickly said. No way, not happening, we swore we would never do that again ever. He remembered the last time they did that particular thing, and he still regretted the decision to have done it. Ichigo, we don't have a choice. Yuryu pleaded while the towering Minos drew closer to them. You know DMN well why that technique is forbidden. Ichigo yelled at his cousin, refusing to yield. I will never forget, nor forgive myself, for that. Yuryu glared back, remembering an old shame. That's why I've agonized over how to fix it. That's why I suggest it now. You mean? Ichigo asked, feeling slightly hopeful. Yes, I've made it so it doesn't have that ridiculous name and pose anymore. The Quincy declared proudly. Perfect. Ichigo met his ally's enthusiasm. Yuryu held out his bow, horizontally. Grab on and manifest yours. Yuryu said. Ichigo took hold of the black bow and worked to manifest his own. The bow doubled in size and length while pulsating with power. Now turn. They turned their hands so that their bows were now perpendicular to the connecting base between them, forming an H. Pull back the arrow. Ichigo guessed as the reached to the middle and pulled back a massive harpoon of their mixed rapier. And now. Heilig Balliste. They shouted and let the missile loose. The top half of the Gillian was blasted away completely. The remains dissipated as the two Quincy reflected on their victory. Yeah, much better than last time. Ichigo admitted as their spirit weapon dissolved. Man, that was embarrassing. Indeed. Yuryu agreed. I'm glad my father never reminds me of it. Good for, oh crap. Ichigo said as he saw a bright red light grow bigger as it came straight for them. Acting as fast as he could, he shoved his cousin out of the way and brought up his blade to block the oncoming blast. Ichigo, what dash? Yuryu watched as Ichigo was forced back a few yards from the Zero attack. What? Was there another Minos? He traced the blast back to its origin and saw a larger hollow, smaller than the Gillian but still huge, serving as the source of the blast. He turned back to Ichigo, trying desperately to think of a way to help his family, when he saw something weird. Some of the deflected energy of the Zero was being absorbed into Ichigo's blade, glowing with red and blue rapier as the blade turned black. I've had enough. Ichigo yelled, pushing back against the blast. Of this crap. The Zero ended and he swung his blade. For one day. The power he released overshadowed the Zero by a great margin, carving a trench in the ground with scorched earth and shattered glass. Tell Urahara I'm skipping training tomorrow. Ichigo said to Yuryu before falling flat on his face. Yeah. Yuryu responded, looking at the damage Ichigo caused, which surely killed whatever hollow that was. I'll do that. Atop a tower. It watched the final scenes play out before it. The display was as impressive as His Majesty predicted. However, it was unexpected that the Ishida boy would so willingly side with the Shinigami. Ichigo was definitely the greater subject of interest, however. Mission objective, data retrieval. Complete. The white-clad, masked figure said. Further research is recommended. It spoke, turning to a hole in the air. Returning to Silburn. It said, light reflecting of the gold armor as it returned to a world of shadows. Soul Society acts. Karakura High. Lunch time. It was the next day, all the damage was undone. Urahara and Yoruchi were planning the next training schedule and methods to account for Orihime and Tatsuki awakening to their own powers. Everything else went along as normal, the students went to school and the adults planned for what might come next. Ichigo had invited Yuryu to lunch, despite protests from Kigo. All Ichigo said was, "Deal with it." "Hey Kigo." Ichigo called his cheerful friend. "Tell us a story." Kigo felt honored. Despite his suspicions, lunch actually had a rather lively atmosphere. "Very well." Kigo yelled out happily. "Let me regale you with the tale dash. This should buy us the entire lunch PRD." Ichigo said, turning to Yuryu. "What happened?" Father confirmed that it was definitely hollow bait that was used. They went to Urahara's to rest and recover. After Yuryu's arms healed, he went to see if Ryukin had any information or guesses as to what had happened. Pretty potent for the amount of hollows, but still nothing to summon even one Minos Grande. So the Vandenrake was behind that incident. Ichigo summarized. But someone else capitalized on it. Indeed. They figured who had sent the Minos but didn't say anything. "What about you?" The Quincy asked after a moment of silence. "What do you mean?" Ichigo responded. "Your lady friend seemed more than a little angry at you after that whole powerless thing." "What happened?" Yuryu asked. Normally he wouldn't care, but Ichigo needed to focus, and if he was distracted by love troubles then they would both be in trouble. "Well. Flashback, last night. Tatsuki, I'm sore dash," Ichigo tried to say as he was punched in the face, again, by his irate girlfriend. When her powers awakened, Ichigo wanted to apologize for telling her she was weak. He couldn't get a word in edgewise because she just kept punching him every time he said something. "And just where do you get off saying that I'm the one that needs protecting when I've fought your battles for you when we were kids?" she yelled, getting her knuckles healed by Orihime. Ichigo was very tough in spirit form. He didn't even bleed while Tatsuki's knuckles got bruised before Orihime started healing. "You were the biggest crybaby. All Tatsuki wanted was to keep by your side, meanie Ichi." Orihime scolded with a pouty face. "You should know that better than anyone. And Orihime's very gentle, but that doesn't mean you should push her to the side simply because she couldn't fight." Tatsuki kept up. Isshin stopped by to pick up Ichigo while talking with Urahara about what happened earlier. "You better make this up to us in the biggest way you JRK. Tatsuki glared as Ichigo realized that if he didn't say the right things, she would just punch him and hurt herself again. "Fine," he said, relenting to his angry ladies. "How shall I pay for my sins?" Tatsuki grabbed his shihakusho and pulled him in close. "This for starters." She grabbed the back of his head and crushed their lips together, shocking everyone but Orihime, who took her turn once Tatsuki relented. Isshin was silently cheering the girls on in making his son a man while Urahara grabbed him a camera to commemorate the wonderful occasion. "Tatsuki!" They heard a familiar yell as the former head of the Shihoin clan stormed over to her students. "What do you think you're doing?" We were just kissing our boyfriend sensei." Tatsuki stammered. She was afraid of the aura Yoruchi displayed, knowing better than to anger her teacher. "No, you aren't," Yoruchi stated, pushing them aside and getting in close with Ichigo, whose brain appeared to stop working. "This is how you kiss." She smiled mischievously before opening Ichigo's mouth and giving him a deep kiss. "Remember," she mumbled while continuing to explore Ichigo's mouth, "don't force it. Be gentle and rub against his tongue a bit," she explained, letting the girls watch with massive blushes on their faces. Ichigo apparently came back to reality, but he couldn't fight against the more experienced woman's ministrations. She finally pulled back to let them both catch their breaths. "Now you try." The two girls nodded dumbly and took his lips again. Soon they collapsed onto the floor, the girls in his lap with each taking turns. "So what are we going to call this?" Urahara asked as he and Isshin documented this moment of Ichigo's life. It was agreed among everyone to record the biggest moments of his and Yuryu's lives for when Masaki and Kane finally woke up, which Urahara predicted would be sometime that year. Ichigo's first makeout. Isshin giggled uncontrollably. Feeling some pride as a father for having a stud of a son, but also knowing he could milk this for quite some time. And we will not show Masaki. Ever. Smiling as his son finally gave in and returned them. Thinks she wants him to stay her baby boy. You're a Hara guest. Maybe. Isshin admitted. Nothing else really important happened that day, other than Ichigo staying in a deep haze until the morning. Back to the present. Wow. Yuryu couldn't think of anything else to say. Yeah. Ichigo agreed, taking another bite of his bento lunch. I was going to destroy it, but that was some pretty good tips. Gotta keep the girls happy. Yuryu. Is that you or Zangetsu talking? The Quincy asked, knowing about Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Me, but just to shut him up. Ichigo answered. He was both ecstatic and said because I didn't try to cop a feel. Melons and butts. Big melons and nice butts. Right there. And you didn't go for it. His sword yelled at him. I am not forgiving you until you have CC with one of them. At least. Yeah. He says that because he's my hollow he's also my instincts. Ichigo said, trying to make conversation and ignore his sword spirit. Which is eat and mate. Primal instincts. Yuryu guessed. At least someone gets it. Zangetsu said. Replace eating with fighting and that sounds right. Ichigo said. But enough fun, you felt it too, right? The conversation took a more serious tone that even gave Kigo pause as the attention shifted before Chad brought Kigo back to his story. Yeah. 2 strong Ryatsu signatures appeared in the city this morning. Yuryu confirmed what his cousin was getting at. Dad was right. Soul Society finally sent someone. Any appearance. And sudden disappearance of a Minos Grande Hollow was enough to warrant the attention of the Gotei. Rukia has overstayed her role in Karakura, and they've come to get her. Same time, with Rukia. She sat in the tree, pensively staring into the sky in contemplation. She can't stay with Ichigo and the Kurosakis anymore. Isshin would definitely be put on trial for abandoning his post and Ichigo would be executed for taking her powers, not to mention the others that displayed their powers. She needed to get out of there for their own sakes, or the guilt would destroy her if anything happened to them because of her. Hey Rukia. She heard one of her classmates call out to her. Why don't you join us for lunch? It was the tanned one, Mihana she recalled, with the other girls that Tatsuki and Orihime were friends with. She did so reluctantly, needing to continue her cover for the rest of the day before she made her move. They sat in a circle, calmly eating their meals, until Mihana brought up the #1 gossip subject among teenage girls. Hey, can I ask you something? Do you have a crush on Ichigo? She asked, making Rukia spew out the juice she was drinking in response. That's a maybe, but what is your relationship with him? Family friends, that's all. Tatsuki said quickly, going with the story Ichigo told her after they were done making out. Mihana. The petite Michiru scolded her friend. That's not something you just ask straight out like that. I don't see why not, everyone wanted to ask that. She defended. I didn't want to ask that. Michiru said, trying to steer the conversation away from the boy still was afraid of. What's your problem with him anyway? Tatsuki asked. I just think he's scary looking is all. She said, embarrassed by such childish reasoning. Sure he looks intimidating, but he's also really gentle. Tatsuki said, smiling in remembrance of how he still held her tenderly that night she yelled at him. She just melted in those strong arms of his. He's a real tender lover too. Orihime said, completely without shame. He's such a great kisser after one lesson. Everyone else stared at the airhead in surprise, or shock in Chizuru's case, as Orihime blushed and giggled. He tasted so good too. Tatsuki only let out an irritated sigh. Yeah, I can vouch for that. Tatsuki admitted, though she suspected it was because of everyone swapping spit in that make-out. You mean? Ryo asked, being the first to come to her senses as the stoic one of the group. Yep, Ichigo's our boyfriend. Tatsuki declared in defeat of having been exposed. Orihime just nodded, happily declaring her relationship with the strawberry. And if Rukia wants in this club, she needs our permission. She said, surprising everyone again. Rukia couldn't help but imagine being one of Ichigo's girlfriends. She started thinking about it while Chizuru went crazy about her Harem being defiled, and if she couldn't have Orihime's first kiss, she'd settle for her virginity. Needless to say, everyone was trying to restrain Chizuru after that. Rukia just went off with her imagination about being Ichigo's lover. Complimenting her, praising her skills, holding her in his arms, kissing. Looks like Kachiki's a bit of a perv. Mihana said, tickling Chizuru's stomach while Tatsuki had her in a headlock. Rukia wiped away the small bit of blood dripping from her nose as she tried to deny the notion. The day passed by simply after that. Night with Rukia. She ran, she had to run as far away as possible, keep them safe, don't let them share her burden. They were just there for shelter. She didn't care about any of them, not about the girls in high school, not the Kurosakis, and definitely not Ichigo. That's what she wanted to believe anyway. She liked them, she enjoyed her time with them, she didn't want them in danger. She knew Ichigo was powerful, but she still didn't want him to fight against Soul Society. She had one time been of the belief that he was equal to a captain, but he had only years of training and experience, where captains have centuries. It would be foolish of him to fight one. So she decided to run for their sake, but it hurt her to leave without a goodbye. Am I getting too attached to this world? She asked, unaware of the two bearing down on her. Yes. She heard a familiar voice ring out. She stopped in her tracks to look at the man that's hunted her down. You've broken quite a severe law, Rukia. He had a red ponytail and tribal tattoos, dressed as a soul reaper with a badge on his arm. Renji? She asked in disbelief, wondering if it was her old friend. Renji Abarai? He dropped down, swinging his blade as her, making her jump back and eject from her jigai. At least you still have some powers, and you're not lax enough to drop your guard completely. He complimented, raising to his full height. Now call him Rukia. The man that stole your powers. Rukia stayed in a guarded stance, ready to run if need be. Why do you think I lost my powers to a human? She defended. Maybe I got badly injured and didn't want to shame Onie-sama by showing weakness. If you're going with that argument, then you shouldn't lie. Renji retorted. Should she, Captain Kachiki? Rukia froze, feeling a very familiar, very ominous presence behind her. She turned to see him, wearing that scarf and hair ornaments, the Kachiki clan head. Byakuya Onie-sama. She shuddered out, feeling terrified. Rukia. He said simply, watching his lieutenant attack her again as she dodged again. You know it's a crime to grant your powers to a human. Renji said. We have orders to execute him. He prepared for his next attack. Now call him Rukia. We'll capture you and he will die. So don't try to defend him. He settled into his stance. This time, my next attack will be serious. I have nothing to worry about then. Someone said before a rock the size of a baseball hit Renji in the face, breaking his visor and leaving a few cuts. Because if you needed to get serious against her in that state. He said, jumping down and revealing himself. Then I'll have no problems against you. Who the hell are you? Renji growled at the orange-haired man. Ichigo Kurosaki, he declared fearlessly, the human you're looking for. With Ichigo earlier. He was watching over the city, waiting silently, so still one would think him asleep. Already in his Shinigami state with 3 red ribbons in his hand, sensing and waiting. He felt Rukia run off, writing only a letter to let him know her plans, run as far as she could to spare his family the wrath of Soul Society. But he made a promise to help her and he keeps his word. Now here he was, with his spirit sense keeping track of the 3 other Soul Reapers and their spirit ribbons in hands to increase that accuracy. They finally met and he moved, disappeared from his perch in an instant when the first strike was made. He found them, two Shinigami, attacking Rukia, from the 6th division judging from that captain's Haori. He grabbed a rock and threw it at the attacking red head. "Who the hell are you?" he asked after Ichigo jumped down. "Ichigo Kurosaki, the human you're looking for," he told the irate Renji. "So you're the human that stole Rukia's powers?" The Soul Reaper growled. "By accident, yes," Ichigo admitted. "Your point." Renji charged at Ichigo, swinging his Zanpakuto down with furious strike after strike. Ichigo turned his blade to a more normal size in order to throw off his opponent, should the need arise. "You're dead," Renji growled, slamming his blade against Ichigo's in an attempt to kill the man who gave his best friend a death sentence. Byakuya watched in silence, analyzing this newcomer as his subordinate attacked. Years of experience let him know who was going to win this fight. "This is the one that slew those Minos?" he questioned as the two got into a blade lock. "Renji, this battle was over before it even began. Here's what'll happen." Renji growled with an angry smirk, furious at the human before him and furious at his inability to try and save Rukia from her fate. Orders were orders. "You'll die, Rukia gets her powers back, and then she'll dash. He was interrupted when Ichigo twisted the blades and moved his blade's hilt into Renji's chin, making him bite his tongue. "Didn't anyone ever tell you to shut up in the middle of a fight?" Ichigo asked, calm and collected as Renji grasped his mouth in pain. "You bast dash." He was about to yell, but Ichigo was already in front of Byakuya. "Hello, Captain." Ichigo greeted, almost politely, to the noble who looked at the human with a calm expression. "Kuchiki. Captain Byakuya Kuchiki." He responded, still trying to read the young human. "Thank you," Ichigo said before preparing to explain what happened. "At least he's making an effort, it seems," thought the noble, a little happy someone is trying to save his sister. "Here's what happened. I've been spiritually aware since I was a kid. Apparently one of my ancestors was a Soul Reaper and I learned most of the important stuff from hand-me-down knowledge," he explained, not telling the full story. "From there I prepared to fight hollows to protect my friends and family. When I finally had the means, I used something that would absorb enough racial to allow me to change into a Shinigami. Rukia simply became a casualty and I've been helping her as a way to make up for her situation." He raised his blade to block another strike from Renji. "Do you think this changes the situation?" He roared in anger at a child humiliating him. "He's a rude one." "Wouldn't you say so?" Ichigo asked the captain, not sparing a glance at his attacker. "Quite." He agreed, giving Renji a look to tell him to back off. His lieutenant reluctantly obeyed. "So that is the story?" "More or less," Ichigo admitted. "What happens now?" "We'll still have to take Rukia in, with you as a witness," Byakuya answered. "Maybe this will lighten her sentence." "But I'll have to die," Ichigo said, knowing from what his teachers said about the judicial system of Soul Society. "Very likely." He looked to Renji again, who took the signal to continue and made a swing. He stabbed through Ichigo's back before it disappeared and he received a hard kick to his side. "Sorry, but I'm not in favor of dying just yet," he apologized. "But I'll make a promise. Renji wins, I go willingly. He loses, I don't," he said, face to face with the captain. "I have no doubt anymore about the reports of you slaying those Minos Grande," Byakuya said, knowing this battle would end in Ichigo's victory. But Renji needed an attitude adjustment. "Go ahead. I will not stand for this," Renji growled. "Roar. Zabumaru," he said, wiping a hand over his blade, letting it transform into a six-segmented blade with sharp protrusions. The fight seemed on hold as both sides waited for the other to move. Rukia stood by her brother, knowing and accepting her fight, but silently hoping Ichigo would survive. Well? Renji finally growled. Ichigo took a second to glance between his own blade and Renji's. Guessing at what the lieutenant meant, Ichigo finally allowed his blade to grow to the matching size of Zabumaru. Happy? He asked, confused. Renji gawked in surprise, thinking that no Shirkai could be so worthless as to just be a size increase. Byakuya, on the other hand, re-evaluated the hybrid as he's shown a level of control only captains used. What scared the noble was the possibility was that Ichigo still didn't have full control of his Ryatsu. That's your Shirkai? Renji asked, again annoyed at the whelp. What? Ichigo responded dumbly. I don't have Shirkai. Renji couldn't believe this. Then you're a fool. He yelled, swinging his whip-like sword, Ichigo defending against the hard swings with visible effort. A fake Soul Reaper who doesn't even know his own Zanpakuto's name. He broke Ichigo's guard and made for the killing blow. The fool. The Kuchikis said at the same time. Rukia, in sorrow for her friend, and Byakuya, for his rash subordinate. Ichigo swung his blade, striking the top segment of Zabumaru, with the resulting shockwave breaking the connection to the hilt. Renji could only gawk as his blade fell apart in a mess, leaving only his hilt and blade base, before feeling himself getting stabbed. I said, I don't have Shirkai. Ichigo said, Zangetsu again in two forms with a katana in one hand and a tanto knife, buried in Renji's side. Because Zangetsu won't let me use Shirkai while in this state. Using Rukia's powers as a link to my own. He removing the dagger from Renji as the lieutenant dropped to his knees, blood spilling out of the hole in his side and staining his shihakuso. Your arrogance is your undoing. He was about to swing again before stopping. Curiously, he reached up to his chest, directly above his soul chain and soul sleep, before feeling it soaked in his blood. He pulled open his robes to see to bleeding holes in his chest. Behind Renji was Byakuya, sheathing his blade. Humph. He grunted, more mad at himself for dropping his guard so easily. You won. He said simply, Ichigo dropping to his knees as his strength left him. But I was still free to act. He grabbed his subordinate and helped him to Rukia, who began healing her old friend. You will lose your powers, but you will survive. He declared to the boy, lying on the ground in a small pool of blood, unaware of the boy's healing. Live your life, die, then come to Soul Society. Byakuya said, opening the spirit gate to Soul Society. You may make a fine Soul Reaper after all. He said, preparing to walk through, with Renji and Rukia in tow. He barely took another step before turning saying. Bakudo #Danku. Creating a transparent barrier between them and the rising Ichigo, feeling danger in the boy. Zangetsu. Ichigo yelled, unleashing a black and blue Getsuga against the barrier. Simply the result of activating a first transformation. Byakuya was in shock of the boy. How can he have this much power? He questioned before shoving his sister and lieutenant through the portal, shutting it, and dodging to avoid the blast that finally cracked through his Kido barrier. Mostly he was fine, his arm was charred and broken. Sorry. Zangetsu was pretty mad at you for that sneak attack. Ichigo said, slowly rising to his feet, looking pale and tired. But I should thank you. He told the captain, who was grasping his arm in pain. You severed my link to Rukia's powers, and finally balanced my own. The two injured Shinigami stood on their feet, watching the other closely. Neither of us are in any condition to keep fighting. So let me say this. 2 weeks. I'll be in Soul Society for 2 things. Saving Rukia, and I need to talk to the Captain Commander. Byakuya glared at the youth for his display of arrogance, but knew that he was in no condition to fight. Very well. He said, opening another Senkaman. 2 weeks it shall be. Leaving it at that while he needed to reach Squad 4 as soon as possible. Ichigo straightened up, feeling himself be restored as his regeneration finally kicked in. Finally. He shook himself to get the feeling back into his limbs. Now, how to break the news to everyone else. Preparations for the Soul Society. Ichigo's inner world. Well, that happened. Ichigo said, laying on one of the many towers that inhabited his world. After the fight with Renji and Byakuya, Ichigo made his way back to the Urahara Shoten. When he got there, however, he collapsed on the floor and brought himself to his inner world. By his side was the massive kyber blade with cloth wrapping around the tang. No hilt, no guard, just a bare blade. I wonder what the explanation for this is. Well, it's still not a real Zanpakuto, if that's what you're wondering. He heard a warped speech that mimicked his own. He leaned forward to see a white copy of himself with black and gold eyes. Hey there, King. Zangetsu said, smiling a predatory grin. Ichigo raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is this anyway? He asked, sitting up across from his blade. I know it's comprised of Raisher, but I thought I couldn't do that whole release stuff. Your blade is manipulated by Raisher, given form through your hollow, and channels the purification of a soul reaper. Said the aged wisdom of his Quincy powers, appearing next to Ichigo. That's all the explanation I'm getting, isn't it? Ichigo asked. Best guess we're going with. Zangetsu said, helping his wielder to his feet. And it's not exactly Shirkai. It's you being able to use more of your power. Like faster healing and Zeros. The elder said. So why did I still pass out? Looking at his hollow side, who gave him a deadpanned look. Because you heal from injuries. Zangetsu explained. Damage remains and did lose a lot of blood before it finally kicked in. The limit of your healing is recreating major organs, so avoid any large blasts. We should also build up your endurance and damage tolerance. The elder Zangetsu said. However, before that, you need to talk with everyone. Storming Soul Society alone is insane. And making reservations for the party isn't exactly smart either. Zangetsu scolded. And speaking of a party, yours just showed up. He said before slapping Ichigo back into the outside. Urahara's shop. Several people occupied the quaint little store of the scientist, some old friends of his while others were his students. They sat and waited for Ichigo to recover from his confrontation with Byakuya. The children believed it a dirty move while the adults recognized the truth, a golden opportunity taken. Byakuya was a prideful man and it would not do to fail a mission, no matter the terms of the bet. Tatsuki glared at her boyfriend, wanting to chastise him for recklessness while Orihime wanted to help him recover. Yuryu recognized that the time was coming to meet the captain commander of the Shinigami and prepare for the incoming war with the Quincy. Chad, everyone was busy trying to convince him that it wasn't his fault for Ichigo's condition, that he did not break his vow to his friend. Another 10 minutes passed before the object of their discussion finally awoke. Note to self, need to dash, Ichigo started saying before taking a fist to his face. What were you thinking, you idiot? Tatsuki yelled as Yoruchi held her back, Orihime already healing Ichigo. Why would you go off against the enemy without any backup and expect to come out unscathed? Because I told Rukia I would talk to them. Ichigo yelled back, already coming back to full because of the healing shield. And I told them the mostly true story. He admitted. Considering the circumstances, you may have bought her more time. Isshin said, praising his son. Good job, son. And since we have a way into Soul Society already ready, we can focus on your training. Urahara said cheerfully. But if you thought we were rough before, a dark aura covered the room as Yoruchi gave a predatory glare and grin, then you have no idea what you're in for. A silent, grim, calm settled over the youths. That massive swarm of hollows was minor league, nothing to really write home about. Now, things were going to be for keeps. Soul Society meeting with the captains. There he was standing with his colleague captains of the Gotii, an awkward menagerie of individuals of various personalities and mindsets. He had delivered his report to the aged man in front of him, the leader of all Shinigami, Captain Commander Genryosei Yamamoto. Now Byakuya could only hope for a favorable outcome. I have no doubts that if execution could have been avoided, and I kept better control of my lieutenant, he would be standing here with us, serving as a witness. Byakuya finished, returning to his place among the captains. He didn't mention the last thing that Ichigo had told him, something reserved only for the commander. He saw the one-eyed and battle-scarred barbarian that led the 11th squad bear a toothy grin in desire of the fight the boy promised, while the deranged scientist that commanded the 12th looked intrigued. He supposed that was better. The last thing he needed was that psychopath, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, ranting about how the Jigai was destroyed by the boy when his powers came back. This is a most curious development, spoke Yamamoto, in a gravelly deep tone that rang with power and experience. This may require further investigation. If she did not truly break the laws, then the boy will have to be brought here to face charges. Some would deny the claims made and would push for the execution of Rukia, but the new report opened possibilities that they couldn't help but ponder on. A descendant of a soul reaper that managed to unlock his latent ability? This required more evidence. No one motioned to push for Rukia's death. Dismissed, he declared with a slam of his cane. The captains moved to return to their various divisions, however Byakuya stayed to speak with the commander. Sir, it's been a while since you were at the Kachiki compound, correct? Byakuya asked his aged superior. How about you take a break and have some tea with me? Yamamoto took a moment to consider. I think I may take you up on that offer, young man. Yamamoto decided, giving Kachiki leave to start preparations. Well, aren't you the generous one? A sly tone mocked the noble Kachiki. He turned to see a silver-haired fox-like man talking to him. Or maybe you're trying to butter him up to plead for your sister's freedom. Byakuya simply watched the taunting fox with contempt. Don't be absurd, he told his colleague. If Rukia is guilty, I'll kill her myself. My grandfather and the commander were old friends. It's only right to tend to that bond, he said before walking off. I have to make sure only the commander and those he deems trustworthy hear this, he thought to himself, remembering the resolve he saw in Ichigo. Like, he wasn't an enemy. Karakura High, last day of school. Ichigo felt sick. The day went by with nothing changing. The people still talked the same, acted the same, were the same. The only difference was a solitary empty desk in the classroom. The only evidence of Rukia Kachiki ever existing in their lives. That and the memories of the spiritually aware. Now that classes were finally over, the team Ichigo could finally move on to begin their training. Going to find Kachiki-san, aren't you? Ichigo heard, surprised by his friend Kigo, who sneaked up behind him. Kigo was giving his friend a hopeful smile as he explained an unasked question. I don't know when it happened, but I was able to see spirits and I saw you with her a few times. He gave Ichigo a pat on the back. It's not just me either. Mizuiro and Chizuru can see them too. He wrapped his arms around Ichigo in a friendly hug. Just promise you guys will come back safely, he whispered. Kigo. Ichigo muttered, patting his friend's arms. If you don't let go, I'm breaking your arms. Kigo snorted out, but he got the message. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Catch you later, Ichigo, he yelled out. Mizuiro is taking me with him and his 10 lady friends to Hawaii, he cheered while skipping away. Well, I guess he deserves a break, Ichigo said, getting up to meet with Chad. There were a few people he had to introduce the giant to for his training. Karakura Hospital, main office. He took a deep breath, aware of what was going to happen. His father would likely disapprove of him going to Soul Society, wanting him to keep his mind focused on the goal of helping his cousin. Were that the case, he would allow it, but Yuryu still harbored a hate for Shinigami after Soken's death. Yuryu was still scared that he would abandon his friends simply for the sake of vengeance. Both father and son knew this, that made the decision difficult. I expect a full report when you get back, Yuryu, Ryukin said, finishing his evaluation of his son sitting across from him. He rose from his seat while Yuryu looked at his father in surprise. Your actions in Soul Society will determine how you and I proceed with your training, he said as he walked to his bookcase, shelves filled row by row with medical and surgical books and case studies, except for one solitary box on the top of it all. He took it from the dusty resting place, and passed it to his son. This is... Yuryu exclaimed. It was about as long as his forearm with a sandy color that was quite light with a seal tied taut around it. I trust you know how to use it? Ryukin asked his son, who nodded in affirmation. But this is still old Quincy methods. Yuryu protested. Shouldn't I bring my purification cross instead? Ryukin shook his head at his son. I'm not saying don't bring that with you. He firmly scolded his son. I'm telling you to fight with the Sanrei glove. Were you fighting hollows, I'd insist on the first, but you are fighting Shinigami. Ryukin explained. Fight with that and you'll have enough strength to do what must be done. He gave his son leave to go and train. As Yuryu was walking out the door, his father asked an oft-repeated question between the two. Why do you fight Yuryu? Yuryu paused, knowing the answer, but feeling his own resolve being tested. He didn't care for Rukia, he was still angry with the Soul Reapers, but he knew why he fought. To help Ichigo, to protect the balance of the worlds. I fight to help my comrades, he said before leaving for the basement of the hospital, the hardest place to manipulate Reisher. In front of a warehouse. Ichigo remembered the last time he stood in front of that large building of wood. Something so simple, so plain, no one would recognize it or what was hidden inside. It was just after Chad's own powers manifested, Ichigo's hollow power grew more and more chaotic, necessitating this visit to others close to him. They eventually helped to teach him balance as they learned from him to understand their own powers more. These were the people best able to help Chad. You sure about this, Ichigo? Sato asked his friend, looking at the warehouse in a disappointed manner. These guys will be able to help me? Your powers seem more like a hollow's, Chad. Ichigo explained. We would have brought you here sooner, but it wasn't exactly the same. He turned to his large shield with a confident grin. So until we manage to find anyone that believes they can help you, trust me on this, he said before narrowly dodging a sandal being thrown at him. You think you can just show up without calling dumbass? Yelled an irate tomboyish little girl in a red track suit. You'd better get ready for a major A-dash. She was shoved out of the way as a white bullet with green hair tackled Ichigo. Berry Tan. I missed you. The hyperactive girl exclaimed, hugging Ichigo tightly. Mashiro, he said, pointing at the girls for his friend, and Hiyori. Just some of the new friends you're going to make. Yeah, sorry about that, Ichigo. Someone said, so casually that you wouldn't know someone was being cuddled to death while trying to dodge Hiyori swinging her sandals at him. Just wanted to see if your awareness was still up to par. The yellow-haired man was then hit with Hiyori being flung at him like a baseball. Screw you, Shinji. Ichigo got up and made his way inside the warehouse, Mashiro still clinging to his back cheering, horsey, excitedly. Ah. Chad started, slowly following after Ichigo. Just ignore her, Chad, he said as they entered the warehouse. Say hello, to the Vizards. The more dignified ones anyway. Ichigo said, bringing attention to the others. The large, green-suited Hachijin, the black-suited Rose, the silver-haired Kensei, and the star Afro Love Dot who was laughing at something in his manga. Mostly. I guess. So this is the guy you were talking about? Rose asked, coming down to meet Ichigo face to face. He seems to be a man of good music tastes. You can get that from just a look. Ichigo asked as Kensei pried his former lieutenant of his back. He has that special air about him, he said, waving his arms around like he was conducting an orchestra. Tell me, Sato-san, do you play guitar? Yes, I do. Chad replied. How wonderful. Rose said, actually excited. We should play together sometime. He's not here for guitar lessons. Kensei yelled after he was done scolding his childish partner. He's here for training. He walked up to the giant, sizing him up. Show us. Chad took a moment to raise his right arm and summon his powers. A black oily film covered the entirety of his right arm before solidifying into the familiar form. Definitely hollow in nature, said Hiyori, coming up out of nowhere. She got back into her old roots as Kisuke's lieutenant when he created the Research and Development Institute of Soul Society. Being the former head researcher gave her some helpful skills. If I had to guess, you were born with these powers, and prolonged exposure to Ichigo. She turned to yell mockingly at the hybrid, who still couldn't control his Ryatsu, I might add. Screw you, monkey. Ichigo yelled back. Kensei glared at them to stop squabbling before things got out of hand. Anyway, because Ichigo has hollow-like racial himself, it helped awaken these dormant powers within. Hiyori said, finishing her analysis and feeling a little proud of herself. Kisuke already figured that out. Ichigo said, causing her to twitch in anger. You wanna go, you freaking jackass. I'll beat you from to dash. Hiyori. Shinji said, firmly. Hiyori actually stopped and looked at her de facto leader. How best do you think we can train him? Hiyori took a second to think. Fight us with our masks on, I guess. She said after a few seconds. The best way was probably to train in Huecomondo, but there was no way to get there. The Vizards learned many new techniques after Ichigo got them to come to terms with their hollows, but they couldn't get to the land of the hollows. I'll go first. Love said, getting up from his seat to lead Chad down into the training basement. Ichigo stayed behind with Hachijin. Hey Hachi. He said, getting the barrier master's attention. I need something. Yes, Ichigo. He said, respectfully of the boy. I need to learn one of your barrier spells. Ichigo said, in a serious tone. Which was ruined when he finally noticed an absence of a certain girl. Where's Lisa? Went to get the latest pawn. Shinji said, following the others into the basement. Why am I not surprised? Kisuke's training hall. Yoruchi watched as Orihime and Tatsuki traded blows against one another. Originally, she wanted Orihime to focus on gaining more control over her shields, but Tatsuki vouched for Orihime being a natural martial artist. The results were speaking for themselves as she proved herself a very graceful fighter. Yoruchi decided to focus on improving their martial arts while tossing in their special powers as well. Tatsuki slammed a fiery fist against Orihime's shield while she sent Tsubaki to knock Tatsuki off her feet, who managed to recover by hand standing with a quick twist and striking against the shield again. Separate. Yoruchi yelled as they jumped away from each other. Orihime jumping onto her Santen Keshin while Tatsuki managed a weak Shunpa jump. That's good. Take 5. Orihime was swift and graceful while Tatsuki was strong and fast. You two are doing pretty well for novices, but we can't afford that with Soul Reaper captains and lieutenants. By the way, Sensei, Tatsuki spoke up from drinking her water, there's a karate tournament coming up that I promised to go to. Can we continue doing that? Yoruchi gave a dry look to her disciple. You realize that would be child's play for you, right? The cat-like woman said disapprovingly. Yeah, but I'd like the recognition for Ichigo to brag, I'm dating the strongest high schooler in the nation. She said, doing an impression of her boyfriend that seemed more like Isshin. Yoruchi could only chuckle at that thought. Fine, we'll go. She said, acquiescing to her student's desires. But you better win. You hear me, Arisawa? Yes, sensei. She yelled confidently. She and Orihime got ready for the next bout when curiosity caught their sensei. By the way, she said almost teasingly, there's a fireworks festival next week and you'll have that time free to rest for the mission. Any plans of romance with a certain strawberry? She had a mischievous smile which only grew as she noticed a pair of luminescent blushes. We have plans, yes. Orihime said hesitantly, clearly embarrassed and nervous. Oh my! Yoruichi thought, having an idea of what they were planning. Aren't you two the naughty ones? Kuchiki compound. Byakuya nursed his damaged arm while Yamamoto processed the information he just told him. Even after seeing Captain Unohana of the 4th Division, he still felt the burns of Ichigo's attack. He remembered facing down the boy, the force of that attack and the way he held himself. In 2 weeks, the old Shinigami finally spoke, that boy will come to Soul Society himself. To save Rukia Kuchiki, and to speak with me. The bold and brashness of the claim reminded the aged man of a former captain that disappeared some 20 years ago. I must admit, I am curious as to what that brat would have to talk to me about. If what I think is correct, he's been trained by the exiled captains and lieutenants. He said, letting his experience try to determine what the boy's aim is. You think he plans to destroy Seriidii? Byakuya asked calmly. Not at all. If that was his intention, he would not have told you anything. The old man said, stroking his long beard as he contemplated the strangeness of what was happening in Soul Society. The main governing body of Soul Society, the Central 46, were oddly insistent on Rukia being executed by the end of the month, and the method of choice was odd as well. Using the Sokayaku for Rukia is excessive, and if she did it to save Ichigo's family then her punishment should be imprisonment. There is more to this than we think. The noble asked, surprised at the possibility of the Godii 13 or the Central 46 being manipulated to use excessive force on a dutiful Soul Reaper. Possibly. The old man stated, rising from his seat. We'll hold off the execution until this Kurosaki comes to Soul Society. I'll have him found and monitored in secret. When they come here, I want them captured alive with Ichigo brought to me. I will hear what he has to say. Yamamoto began to walk to his division, enjoying the fine day they found themselves in. Thank you for the tea, Captain Kuchiki. 3 days later, Kurosaki household. It was morning and Yuzu was getting breakfast ready, a breakfast for 3 as her brother was still gone. Karen was sitting at the table, even more down than her usual stoicism. The mood was clear, they were worried and missed their brother. Karen. Yuzu started. Ichigo will be fine, right? TCH, yeah. Karen said with forced enthusiasm. Didn't you watch him wipe out all those hollows? Yeah, but Dad says any captain can do that. Yuzu said. Some are stronger than others and there are other Soul Reapers that close to captain levels. Karen was about to say something else when she noticed her sister was trembling. She got up and walked over to Yuzu, who immediately latched onto her twin and started crying. I'm scared for Ichigo. I want to help him but I can't. Yeah. Karen replied, hugging her kinder twin in a gentle embrace. I know the feeling, Yuzu. You're worrying over nothing. They heard their father say as he came into the room. I know my son and he's going to be fine. He's strong, he said, generating several large balls of compressed rature floating above his hands, just like his parents. He smiled, feeling pride in his son and the progress he's shown. Keep up. He suddenly yelled, gently tossing the spirit spheres at his girls who immediately cheered up and started bouncing them around. Keep getting stronger, Ichigo. I'll keep them safe while you go to Soul Society.